Is everyone ready online? Okay. Good morning, everyone. What a powerful devotion from Pastor Clint. You really appreciate it. I've actually just invited him to our service just to share exactly the same thing. Um, as he's preaching one of my favorite scriptures this year, because I don't know, pastors we tend to, obviously I've got my all-time favorite scripture, but this year God has laid out a scripture, Ephesians 3, which we obviously all know. Now unto him, verse 20, now unto him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that you ask. We generally tend to stop there and miss the part that says according to the power that works in us, and that's the blessing. So that power that is working in us is going to do, and that's the blessing, is going to do exceedingly. It's that power. It's just that ability to believe that the blessing is indeed inside of you. Greetings to Dr. Foster. I see he's already online, and we really appreciate you. Before we start, maybe we are going to just check the expectations. Have you got any expectations this morning? I'm trying to recover the few minutes that we've lost. I know we've got the objectives already. What are your expectations this morning? I've been told to spend 10 minutes asking you expectations. What are your expectations this morning? What do you want to? What do you want to? What are you expecting? Okay. No, give it to us, Pastor Nhlanhla. He's ready. I'm going to give it to you. Before we get to, I'm sure you've been told that you've got to read Exodus chapter 18. Have you read it? Exodus, some homework, class, some homework. You were advised to read Exodus chapter 18. Maybe let's just, if you haven't, it's not a problem. Just take a moment and read the entire chapter. Let's give you 5 minutes to read it. And then we are going to spend a few minutes discussing the leadership style of Moses that comes out of that. Let me give you just 5 minutes to read it if you haven't read it. Thank you. Yes, the whole chapter of Exodus 18. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So I presume we are done. 5 minutes is up. It would have been ideal that we'd read it up front. What we'll do maybe next year, we will communicate through WhatsApp groups because I suspect it's on the Populi, but maybe next year we'll communicate so that we can get everyone to prepare up front. But let's, with the few minutes that you've read it, let's just discuss Moses' management style. And yeah, what do you think? I'm asking everyone, his management style.
It's important to delegate people that understand your vision and your business, but who may also know more than you, so that your business will be able to run well and grow, because you can't do everything by yourself.
First list is delegation. Thank you. Any other inputs? Yeah.
People to people, competent people.
Delegate to competent and capable people. Well done. Thank you. Any contributions online? Otherwise, I'm putting pressure on the people that are here. You can just go for it here. Betty? Betty, we can go.
I'm here. Hi.
And then Ria after Betty.
All right.
Hi, how are you?
Great,
Good
thank
morning.
you. Yeah, continue, Betty.
Yeah, from reading the chapter, it's like Moses didn't have a style before Jethro introduced him to the idea of picking other people to help him. He was a one-man show, basically. He didn't have a plan until Jethro gave him an idea of choosing people who respect God, who hate corruption, who are honest and trustworthy. He didn't it doesn't look like he had a plan before, man.
2 lessons. 1, he didn't have a plan. It's actually 3. He didn't have a plan. Number 2, he was doing everything, not delegating. But also number 3, we are learning on how to choose our business partners. And I think that's quite an important lesson. People who are not corrupt, people of integrity, etc., etc. Well done. Thanks, Betty. Ria? Your hand was up earlier.
Okay. Hi. I was definitely going to say exactly what Betty has indicated, that he had no plan, and also he was doing everything all by himself. And definitely as a leader, if you do everything by yourself, you are definitely going to get weary at the end of the day and not being able to be not being able to do exactly what is expected of you because of you being weary. And most you are not going to be able to assist people correctly. Why? Because of you're already tired. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So his health was going to be affected as well. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ria. Amazing. Any other inputs? I know there may be more inputs on the chat box, but if you can raise your hands and articulate them verbally.
Yeah, I personally, I think lessons for me that I'm learning right now is sometimes it's ego that keeps you from delegating and from getting other expert input, because there's I guess there's a certain sense of pride you take in putting your print on everything and running the show exactly like you want to. So I think it's a bit of humility sometimes as well that's needed, just to bring other people in and let even people that are underneath you just give their opinion and put their print on it and run with it, So yeah, sometimes you got to put your ego aside and let other people run with their departments and their things to a certain extent.
Thanks, Jacques. You're basically saying skills transfer. Transfer your skills, bring other people so that, train them so that they can understand your vision and the identity of what you want to create.
Yeah, we've got a note from Kanyasila here saying you have to be, he was teachable and he took counsel from others.
Thank you. I think there's another hand. Betty had her hand up again. Betty, do you want to add?
I just wanted to add that he was willing to listen to Jethro, even in the, because Jethro was a Midianite. He was not people of God, so to speak. He was a Midianite, but Moses was still willing, and he took his advice and actually implemented it. Yeah.
He did not undermine him because of his nationality or different identity or race, but he took the counsel from somebody who of a different nationality. Thank you. Just input on my side. I think we're also learning family values here. The importance of family, because Jethro brought the family, because Moses was away from his family. That's the quite a number of lessons I've written here. I might be repeating some of the things that other people have already mentioned. So the first one is the importance of family and bringing that balance we spoke about very briefly last week, and allocating time for the kids, allocating time for the wife, allocating time for the husband, allocating time as well as attending to the business and your career. That's number one. Number two, Moses obviously took advices from his father-in-law. The third one is leaders do make mistakes. So he realized that one of his mistakes was to try and do everything, which could have led to him burning out. But number two, Moses had made mistakes several years earlier, by murdering someone, and he was recovered to become a very strong leader, despite his historical mistakes or his history. Number four, Moses faced his opposition with courage and confidence. I'm just talking now Moses in general, maybe not just only in relation to chapter 18. At some point he faced his family challenges, as you know, his sister and his brother betraying him. He was able, and obviously the entire population of a couple of million people who were moaning and complaining almost every now and again, complaining about food, complaining about water, saying take us back. But he was able to do that with confidence and courage. Moses continuously interceded in prayer for his people. Even when God was not happy with them, he would say, God, please, these are your people. And so he continuously interceded for them in prayer. And the lesson here for us as business people, sometimes we do need to, we do need to continuously intercede and pray for our businesses, but also for our staff to be honest, to be people of integrity when they go out to represent us correctly. And I do it every day, something that is quite important. We generally expect them to pray for us because we're the bosses and we pay them their salary, but also need to pray for them. Pray for that receptionist who you may think she's junior, but that person is very important as she or he handles that phone call to give you that business. So if she speaks, badly and to the clients, and you're going to lose business. So every person, that cleaning staff, that cleaning employee is also equally important in the business. So pray for them. Pray for their families as well, because if they have problems in their families, those problems are going to obviously filter through. This is something that may look very minor, but very important, which we try and encourage you to do. Moses then learned, obviously, the power of teamwork, as most of you did not know. He learned through the advice of his father-in-law. Number 7, leaders need a couple of people to hold them when their work gets heavy. You find this in Exodus 17. In Exodus 17, it's a story about Moses or the Israelites fighting the Amalekites. And, the Bible says, for as long as they held up his hand, Israel prevailed. he could not hold his hand up anymore, but they held up his hand. So you need people that are going to hold your hand up, that are going to be a support structure. Like I shared last week, my wife is that one person. You know, she may not be working with me in business because she's got her own businesses, but definitely spiritually, she is that one person that is holding my hand and making sure that I succeed, as I shared last week. And now, the last point on my side is Moses was humble enough to accept having a mentor in the form of Jethro. Having a mentor is something that's quite important. That is why this JBS course is structured to have an element of mentorship and advices on a regular basis. Having a mentor is something that's very important. But again, go back to God to ask who that mentor is supposed to be. Thank you. Any other inputs? Final round? Those were my inputs on my side. Any other inputs? Final round? 1 minute. Okay. Anything else on the chat box? You go for it.
Hi, Zandi. The one that I just picked up as you were also talking is respect.
Thank you.
Jethro respected Moses because he announced that he was coming. He didn't just show up. He didn't just undermine him. And in the same way, we see how Moses welcomes him. And so that mutual respect on both sides is quite important.
Powerful. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Any other inputs? Just go for it. Yes, there is one here.
Also, Moses was a good example because Jethro then saw that the power of our God, and he's a true God. Because obviously he wasn't a Christian, but when he saw all of God's work, he was like, he is the true God.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. Thank you. That's powerful. Thank you. Any other inputs before we go? No. Okay, Nancy, go for it.
Yes. So, okay, my opinion is I think Moses did actually have a plan, and his plan was to give advice alone, to do everything alone. Because if you look at verses 15 to 16, he replied to Jethro, his father-in-law. He says, "Because the people come to me to get a ruling from God. When a dispute arises, they come to me, and I am the one who settles the case between the quarreling parties. I inform the people of God's decrees and give them his direct instructions." So he thought he's the one who had all the answers. What he didn't know, though, that he could actually people could help him. So when Jethro gave him that advice, that's when he realized that, oh, okay, so I guess even other people can be delegated and they can do the job that I'm doing.
He can replicate himself, reproduce himself, train them, transfer his skills, leadership skills, so that they are able to execute the different pockets, and then only report the bigger ones. Thank you. Amazing. I know you've done strategy a couple of weeks or months ago. I don't remember when, but I just want to start from there before I get to where we are going to today. Today we are going to be speaking about business management, how to manage your business. But before I get there, I want to, typically when you start a business, you've got a strategic plan, which will have your vision, mission, strategic goals. Others may call it strategic objectives, etc., etc. So you've got that 5-year plan, 10-year plan. If you're crazy like me, you'll have a 20-year plan. Because I'm crazy, I always work on 20 years. I've got a 20-year plan with, like we spoke last week, clear, exit strategy, which I started in 2010 all the way to 2030. But I do those strategic plans, revise them every, call it 3 years. Obviously they change every now and again. Now, then as the visionary, I then take that plan, give it to the management. Management will have different levels of people. I'll have executives who are obviously senior, who are going to understand my vision a lot better. And then I'm going to have managers underneath, senior managers, etc., depending on which business I'm talking about. And then ultimately to everyone. Now, it's quite important that you, we are now operationalizing the business, to the vision. We are now operationalizing this vision that I have. How do I achieve so many schools? How do I achieve that particular turnover? How do I achieve? Because it's not just about money. It's not about the number of schools only. It's also about the number of learners that I want to impact on an annual basis. How do I achieve that particular number, which I formulated 20 years ago, well, in 13 years ago. So, then I need the management to operationalize. Even within the management, there are those that are leaders, there are those that are not very strong leaders, but who are just management. So sometimes I want to clarify this from the first, as in my opening, that I'm not here to say a leader is better than a manager. Okay? We fit in different areas. If you are a good manager, continue to be a really good manager and excel in being a good manager with your leadership skills. We'll talk about it a little bit later. But a good manager will have aspects of leadership, but if there is a stronger leader above that person is going to be the one that's going to be casting the vision and taking the vision of the business to the next level. Okay? I don't, like I said last week, my business partner is not a very strong leader, but he's an MD of one of our businesses, and he sits in the executive of the business, but he's a very good manager. I'm not a very good manager, like I shared last week. I'm not a very good manager, but I'd like to believe, it may sound I'm boasting, but I am a very good leader, okay? But I do have certain aspects of, management. So I do manage. If I have to manage, like there's one school where I'm really a little bit operational over the last 3 months and probably another 2 months because I'm fixing a few things. So I had to go there, be operational. I do have the skills to be a manager, and I can be a manager. In other words, I can operationalize what I want to achieve, fix those things that I'm doing, but I'll get bored over, in the long run. I cannot do it every day, but I go there every Monday, the whole day, 7:30 in the morning until 4:00 in the afternoon. I am there with the staff, with the relevant people, making sure that they do those things. I started 3 months ago, and I'm probably going to continue for another 2 months. So in other words, I've got management capabilities, but I get bored easily, so I know myself. Now, so I want you to understand that we both need each other. A leader needs a manager needs a leader to cast a vision. A leader needs a manager to make sure that, it cannot remain a vision. It cannot remain on paper. It cannot remain, I cannot do certain things because I'm not very strong in those areas, but another person can do those things. So it's quite important also as an opening statement that, because typically entrepreneurs tend to think like Moses, the first Moses. Entrepreneurs tend to think they can do everything. They think the business cannot survive without them. Okay? That is not true. Can I repeat? That is not true. The business will survive without you, but the vision of the business cannot survive. At an operational level, obviously, the business will survive for a period of time, and obviously every business needs to become innovative so that it can grow and change. And this is where a leader is really needed. So please, as an entrepreneur, I'm urging you to look at yourself, know your strengths, know your weaknesses, work on your strengths and outsource your weaknesses. Let me repeat. Know your strengths, know your weaknesses, and strengthen your strengths, work on your strengths. In other words, grow in the areas where we are strong. Make sure that you grow. And in the areas where we are not strong, get other people to help you. They may not be partners, they may not be business partners, like in my case. They may be consultants, they may be coaches, they may be mentors, or they may even be employees if the business can afford it. Okay, we're not rushing to hire employees if the business cannot afford it, but if the business can afford it, build capacity. This is what I'm urging you to do. In our business, just to give you an example, I've got 3 CAs, very senior, like another one has 26 years experience, another one 18 years experience. The most junior CA is 12 years, has 12 years experience. In other words, and the number of other professionals within the business. Why? Because we're building capacity, because we know what we are building is much bigger than where we are. Therefore, we need to build capacity at an operational, at a management level, which has to operationalize the vision. Because with the vision and an exit strategy, you are able to then say, what skills do I need in order to achieve what my vision is, my vision that is entailed in the business. Okay, now, so the agenda for today is, I've just given you an introduction, leadership versus management. I will go a little bit deeper there. Leadership style assessments, ego, SWOT analysis, and business management. I'm going to go up to the second point, leadership style assessments, and then I'm going to hand over to Dr. Foster, who's going to be doing an amazing, I sat in the class last year and 2 years ago. He's really, really amazing. Okay, leaders versus managers. Leaders produce change and growth. Leaders envision a better tomorrow. We visionaries, we people that see in a forest, we see a table, we see furniture. When we see other people see a dump site, we see a shopping mall, a shopping center. And you envision something that is not there. We're creators. We create stuff. We create things that do not exist. We move organizations from here to there. Like I'm making an example. One of our schools, I picked up certain issues, a couple of issues, and I'm there. And I'm saying, I'm not happy where the organization is now. There are certain things I need to fix. I'm going there. And I'm leading by example. I'm there. I'm sweeping, if I have to sweep. Because one of our policy in all our schools, within 15 minutes, obviously the kids are taught discipline, not to litter, but you always find kids doing, one and every now and again. So the policy is within 15 minutes, when the kids have gone back to class, there has to be not even one piece of paper on the premises. Within 15 minutes, when the kids have gone back to class, in other words, within 15 minutes, everyone, as they're walking back to class, the kids obviously know that they mustn't litter, but sometime you find those naughty kids. When you have a school of almost 1,000 learners, you'll have that. But the teachers will make sure that they pick up the litter. The cleaning staff, it's not the responsibility of the cleaning staff, it's the responsibility of everyone, including myself. So, in other words, we make sure that I have to make sure that policy. Another policy is when the kids are talking, during their break, school break, obviously in class, it's an English school. During the school break, the kids have got to make sure that they speak English, because we want to enforce the language of English in the school. And it wasn't happening. So I walk around and just to make sure that the kids are doing it and the teachers are doing it. So in order for me to enforce it now, we're probably sitting at about 70%. But early this year, a couple of months ago, we're sitting at 20-30%. It was very bad. It was very bad because the school at Umlazi is not multiracial, racial, unlike the other ones. So that one only has black people. So it's much easier for them to just continue and speak isiZulu and be comfortable. And yet, it's the policy of the school that they have to speak English when they're in the premises of the school. So I had to make, so there are a number of them, 5 or 6 different cultural issues that are inherent in the culture, which are going to which had changed the organization. So I had to move the organization from where it was. It had moved from when we went to COVID in 2020, the English, was sitting at about 80%, 90% comfortably. And it obviously during COVID, you couldn't do a lot of things. So it went down to about 30%. And I said, no ways, we're taking it back. We're comfortable. So we are moving the organization from a particular place. We're making sure that we put our DNA, what we envisioned. We inspire, we motivate, and we encourage. We make sure. I always say, I don't care about credit. I've got one staff member who's always about, she calls me boss. She says, boss, but that person's going to take credit. I said, no, let them take credit. What I am interested in is to make sure that it happens. I'm interested in the output. I'm interested in the outcome if we're going to achieve that particular outcome. Now, on the other hand, managers, as I said, there are leaders who are strong managers, and there are managers who are also leaders. So, but typically, a manager will plan, will organize, and coordinate. That's very important because you can envision something, you can want to achieve change, envision a better tomorrow, want to move the organization from one level to the next level, but without a manager making sure that they plan, without the manager making sure that they organize and coordinate, it will not happen. And then they create a stable work environment that's clear, consistent, and enable employees to become productive. Now, typically, again, this is not in every organization. Typically, a leader gives credit. Typically, a leader creates a new road, a new pathway, a new pathway that the organization needs to take. Okay, if there are changes in the culture of the organization, the leader says, look, my vision is not being achieved. You guys have steered away from the vision that I have. And the leader or a leader sells the vision to the relevant people. However, a manager typically takes credit. A manager typically, but there are managers, I'm saying again, this is not one size fits all. There are managers who are very good at giving other people credit as well. There are then a leader, whilst the leader creates the new road, a manager will typically walk in the road that's been created by a leader, making sure that they achieve what a leader has envisioned. And then finally, a manager will tell the staff the vision and say, look, this is what the bosses have said, and et cetera, et cetera. So typically, the one is transformational, and the other one is transactional. In other words, the other one is obsessed with transforming the organization, and the other one is making sure that there are things that are happening more at an operational level. Okay, the role of a manager to produce, okay, sorry for the spelling there, producer, okay, okay, a bit of Spanish this morning, yeah, producer, produce desired results through projects and tasks, specific tasks, achieving, making sure that they achieve certain things, making sure that they build systems. Then can I just share something? Last year was probably one of the most difficult times at church. Obviously we're coming from COVID. COVID was, hit every church in 2020, 2021. But we were all expecting the numbers to increase significantly, in 2022 because there was no COVID. Other churches started getting the numbers, but we just actually lost even the numbers that we had at the end of 2021. It was very interesting, especially from April last year. The numbers started declining. Yeah, someone would say it's obviously it's cold, it's winter, but we very statistical. analyze statistics and say, okay, in winter, from about May or so, we'll lose about 20%, 30% of the members. Not lose, but they will just not attend, and then it will pick up again. It obviously gets worse as you go to July and August. Then September, the people come back again. Spring, and then they come back to church. I hope you guys don't do that, okay? You go to church even when it's cold or raining. Now, so I had to be a leader and a manager at the same time. Okay, I went back to what I know. How does an organization succeed? It succeeds because it's got people. Any organization, it must have people, it must have systems, it must have policies, it must have procedures to run. Okay, we were running, but not really running the way we were supposed to be running. I went back, took my leadership for a leadership session in end of June last year, and I said, guys, as you can see, the numbers are declining. We have a problem. We've got to do something. Okay? What do we know? What we know is that there are certain key things that you need to do. We need people, we need, systems, policies, and procedures. We've got policies, but are we implementing them? No. We've got systems, but are we following them? No. We've got people, but are we managing those people, performance managing those people to make sure that they deliver? No. Everyone is just, lazing around. And I started going back to the basics. And when I went back to the basics, okay, we've grown from July last year to this year. We've grown, okay, you think I'm exaggerating, 7-fold. Okay, 700% increase. Just by doing the basics. The basics are people and people management. That's number one. You can have people, but if you don't manage them, we build capacity through people. We build capacity through making sure that the systems that you've got, we follow them, we analyze them. We had the most sophisticated administration systems, but we're not using them. And we've got policies and procedures in place, but we're not making sure that they get executed. So we went back to the basics and injected a bit of money, and that's it. We have grown 700% from where we were last year, July. Now, what am I saying to you? Even though I am a leader, but every single Monday up until now, I don't miss a Monday meeting. I don't miss that one. It's 90 minutes, that 1.5 hours meeting at church. Whether I've done meetings in various countries, when I'm traveling, I will do that meeting. Everyone knows you cannot touch Khambule for that meeting. At 10 o'clock, it's 10 o'clock, 10, 12 past 11. I'm in that meeting. It's discipline, structure. I'm structured. 10 o'clock, 12 past 11, unless I've got to take, I remember I was in Dubai a few months ago, and so I had to, and my flight was 10:30, so I had to change the meeting, and we were 2 hours ahead. I had to change the meeting to be 8 o'clock South African time, 9:12, so that I will be able to catch my flight. But the point is, I don't miss that meeting. So I'm a leader, but I'm also, to a certain extent, at church, a manager, managing the team. I've got a general manager who does the operations during the week, but I don't miss that meeting. So, going back, you've got to have systems, you've got to have policies, and the role of a manager is to make sure that they are consistently efficient. Mediator, there are obviously competing interests. We're going through a budgeting process now in our schools. It's very interesting. I've got the head of operations fighting with the head of academics, and the head of operations wants to spend more money on the facilities, which is normal. It's her job. The head of academics wants more money for the staff, for the teachers. The head of finances is saying, no, I want more profits, so I cannot give you. So my job is to now make sure that I balance this competing interest, to mediate between getting more profits, making sure that you don't compromise. We don't lose, staff turnover is not great. We don't lose staff. We don't lose quality of education, and we still maintain the facility. Great. But the facility manager, the head of operations who's in charge of facilities, will want to have the best IT system, will want to have, all the best paint on earth and the best of this and the best toilets, cabaret, etc., everything high end. But we always try and find a balance between those two. So the point is, a manager, again, makes sure that you balance between the competing interest. And creditors, obviously don't pay them. If you don't pay them, they're going to sue you. So pay them, but you don't have to pay them tomorrow, okay? You can negotiate terms and say 30 days. It's not unbiblical, Bazalwane. Don't panic. It's not unbiblical. As long as it's negotiated, you've agreed, as long as you don't over squeeze them, you say, we'll pay you in 30 days, we'll pay you in 60 days, or whatever, 45 days, but do pay them on time that you've agreed to. You don't have to pay every invoice upon presentation. And, you keep the money in the bank for 29 days and then pay on the 30th day. So that's good financial management. Keeping that money in the bank, the finance manager was saying, you see, my strong, he has actually made, just because of doing those things and discount settlements, because he does discount settlements at 5%, it's fine. You want the money urgently, it's fine, I'll give it to you, but I need a 5% discount. If you want it in 10 days, I'll give it to you. Guess what? Every month he makes about 140,000, 150,000 rands. So he says, boss, I've made you, at the end of the year, I'm going to give you almost 2 million rands coming back to you, simply because of really good money management. But at the same time, I always remind him, you must not rob people. Don't squeeze small businesses to a point of going out of business. So it's balancing between all those, the shareholders, the community, the employees, the business, etc., etc. And finally, there are culture builders. You have the vision of what you want to achieve, but that culture is going to be built by the manager, making sure that you achieve the vision. Now, the characteristics of leaders, it's, leadership characteristics, it's integrity, okay? I think this is a no-brainer. Incorruptibility, soundness, and ethics. These are really amazing, very important. Sounds like Moses, choosing men of integrity, incorruptibility, soundness, and very ethical people. Now, we're going to do an exercise just now, but I thought, before we do this exercise, I want to look at, let's call it leadership personality. We all have different personalities. There is no personality that is better than the other. Okay, let me say this. There is no personality that is better than the other. An introvert is great, and an introvert can be an amazing leader. And an extrovert is great, and an extrovert can be an amazing leader. So you cannot, just based on the personality, think that the other one is better than the other. Okay, I need to say that up front. I did share last week that when I was growing up, I was an introvert, but I realized a little bit later in life that no, I'm not. The way I like black coffee and no, definitely. See. And but even introverts love fun. Okay. And my wife is an introvert, and she loves traveling with me. We have fun. But she would sleep within an hour. But it's fine. Sleep in the couch. And I'll continue to have fun and dance until my legs say, yeah, remember, you're approaching 50, bro. You're not young anymore. Just to remind me that I'm not young anymore. So I want us to look at this leadership. There's 4 different leadership personalities, okay? Not necessarily a style, but these are leadership personalities, okay? So there is a blue, there is a green, red, and let's call it yellow, okay? Blue is logical, organized, analytical, questioning, and cautious, okay? Logical, organized, analytical, questioning, and cautious. Okay? Green, relaxed, caring, encouraging, patient, and sharing. Okay? Amazing. All of them. So the first one is saying, let's do it right. The second one is saying, let's do it harmoniously. Harmoniously is relaxed, with harmony, encouraging, caring, patient, and sharing harmoniously. Okay, let's do it in a caring manner. Okay, then you've got the red, determined, demanding, competitive, strong-willed, and drive. Sounds like someone I know. Okay, and then yellow, motivated, enthusiastic, sociable, dynamic, and they inspire. Okay, the other one, the red, saying, let's do it now. Okay, a bit impatient. Okay, then yellow says, let's do it together, guys. All of them are important. Now, I know you probably want to pick one from that and 2 from that, and in all 4. But I'm asking you to do a short exercise before we get to your leadership style, where I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Choose 2 colors, only 2. Okay? And you're going to give me a percentage. I'm 60%, you could be saying I'm 60% yellow and 40% blue. Okay? But only 2. Don't try and say 20, 35, 10, 9. No. Just give me 60% or 50-50, 50% yellow or whatever. If you're 100% red, that's also fine. I'm 100% red. You can say that. Okay? So, give it to me. Take 5 minutes and then just look at these 4. Thank you. I'm also aware that I've just been alerted that it's a tea break. So we'll take obviously 5 minutes now, and then you can take a 10 minutes tea break. So we'll come back at 10:25. 10:25. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, guys. Yeah, let's get going, and everyone will participate. Everyone. I mean, really, everyone. Okay. Any takers? Peter? Okay, you go first.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Morning, everyone. Okay. Personality style. I think I'm 95% red and 5% yellow. And then with the other one, it's the tenacious. It's just that I logged off and I logged back on, and Devolt's screenshot has disappeared. I'm not sure what it is, but I know when I read it, it was definitely the tenacious leader. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, leadership style. Okay. Mine is the activator.
Okay, I'll get back to that just now. Yeah, Ayanda. But yeah, thank you. At least I found someone who's not scared to say they are majority red, because as the born again Christians, we tend to be shy to be red, and yeah, I'm definitely 80% red, 20% yellow. Peter, and then we come back to the room.
Yeah, I am 70% red and 30% yellow.
Thank you, Peter. I must say, Peter, last week you kept me going with your smile. I promise you, when I was speaking, yeah. And when you disappeared, I think you disappeared for few minutes. I said, "Where is Peter now? Where is my pillar of strength?"
Really?
Yeah, you were really amazing.
Sure.
Yeah, your smile is amazing. Thank you.
Welcome.
Nomdai, I will take you Nomdai because my wife is Mamsomi. Pindi, there is Pindi.
Hi, everyone. I'm 50 actually red and 50 blue.
Aha, it's a very interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting because you must be strong in administration then.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
But also I can see myself in like the green part, but I would say 2% where
There's
I'm
no 2%.
quite
It's 50,
caring and relaxed, but I'm not patient. The patient there is definitely not there in me, but the relaxed and the caring part is definitely there. But I would say more strong on both blue and
red.
And red.
Well done. Okay, let me go to the room and then I'll get back to Nancy in that order. Nancy, Mfundo, and Betty. But I'll start with the brother.
I'd say I'm 60% red and 40% green.
60% red and 40% green. Caring, relaxed, encouraging, inspiring, patient, and very much so in sharing. Thank you. Well done. Nancy?
Hi, I'm definitely 95% yellow and 5% red.
95% yellow, okay.
Yes,
and 5% red. Amazing.
Yeah.
Well done. Mfundo and Betty.
Hi everyone. Myself, I'm 70% yellow and 30% red.
Okay, 70% yellow.
Yellow.
Okay, so you build the team.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well done. And then Betty, and then I'll probably take 2 more, and then we can close the session just to manage our time.
Okay, this is not Betty actually. This is Mr. James here. We are sharing the phone
okay.
with Betty. There is no power in Kenya at the moment.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah,
Thank
there's
you.
a national blackout.
Thanks, James.
I'm red 65% and yellow 35%.
Sorry, 65, 35. What is the 35? Sorry, I missed that.
35 is yellow.
Yellow. Okay, great. One more. Yeah.
I'm also 70% yellow and 30% red. But it's weird that there are few things from the other one.
It's always the case. Yeah. It's always the case. As I said, I'm 80% red, 20% yellow, but I've got certain areas, very little on blue. I actually have 0 on blue. I'm not logical. I'm not organized. I'm not very Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, but there are elements of caring. I've got a campaign now in all our businesses, which I call I Care campaign. So, and I love inspiring my team, encouraging them. Well done. So there are elements, but again, we said let's only choose from the 2, and I'm definitely 70% red and 30% yellow. Well done to everyone. This was just to remember, whichever you are great with that one. You don't need anything else. If you think, so embrace who you are, and you think, like I know, I'm not a good administrator, because I'm not a good administrator. I need people that are going to help me to administer. I don't like managing the detail. I don't like operations. I don't mind doing it for turnaround purposes. I actually enjoy turnaround. I'm a builder, and I love building. Now, the danger with being a builder in business is, because you're a builder, you'll end up building a house that is complete, that is supposed to be finished. It's completed. You've completed building, but you'll add that, because you are a natural builder. Now you're supposed to be maintaining the house, just painting. Because you're a builder, you get edgy and want to build. Sounds like my wife, who always wants to build something. She always does at home. She always was, because she's a natural builder as well. So she always finds projects to build and do something. So because I'm there, I always remind her, we're not going to build anything now, at least for the next 2 years. And before you know, she started building something. If I had dogs, she would have a dog house. She would build a dog house, anything. So the point is, builders can be dangerous if they are not supported by people who are strong in maintenance. Because they'll want to build even if it's not time to build. So go and build somewhere else and something else. So go build, because you are a builder. Go build. That's why I'm always buying businesses. I'm always buying businesses because I know I'm a builder. I'm always doing new things because I know I'm a builder. Because I'm a builder, I'll leave what I've built to other people to run, and then I'll go and build something else. So know your strengths and know your weaknesses. I'm not sure whether it's still James's hand earlier, or it's Betty now. Is it Betty? Okay, Betty, if it's you, you can continue. If it's an error, it was the previous Mr. James, I can continue.
Apologies, I forgot to put my hand down. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Now, so what we want to do this exercise, you'll identify your leadership style. You'll critique the results of the assessment in relation to your style. Reflect on how your leadership style impacts your business. 1, the daily operations. 2, the the interaction with the customers, employees, customers, and vendors. And then number 3, strategy development. Okay, let's go back. Number 1, you identify your leadership style. Now, this is not your leadership personality. Okay, your leadership style, we want to talk about it just now. Okay, critique the results of the assessment in relation to your style. Reflect on how this leadership style impacts your business in relation to 1, daily operations, 2, the interactions that you have with your employees, customers, and vendors, and then how does it also impact your ability to develop the strategy. Is it clear? Okay, so these are the 3 questions, so call it 3, 4, 5, we want to be answering. Okay, now let's look at these 5 different colors, leadership styles. Okay, red, orange, yellow. Okay, I don't know what color is this now. Okay, let's call it this green, and then blue. Okay, you know, I don't argue with the lady in colors because I know I'm bad. Okay, I'm very bad when it comes to colors. Okay, someone is saying turquoise. Okay, thank you. Green turquoise. Okay, so check. Okay, I'm going to give you just a few minutes, and then we're going to do hopefully one more exercise, and then we're done. 2 max. But typically you say you're strong on this one. This is typically me. I'm number 1. I'm just number 1. I'm not very strong in all the other areas. I cannot stabilize anything, cannot maintain. Yeah. Okay, I'm giving you 5 minutes. Okay, 10:50, just 10:45. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so just before you go, what do you? I want us to go to the slide, and then you give me a bit of input. What you bring to the table, the strengths, is it the confidence, is it the intelligence? Are you action orientated, clear and candid in communication? My colleagues, very interestingly, they say when I communicate with them, my instructions are not the clearest to them. I always get a colleague to be clear, because whilst I'm articulating something, my mind is already thinking about something. So my mind is I've got a, I think I'm crazy. It's a crazy mind. Because they say my instructions, only when I'm speaking and I've written down the notes, that I will know that I'll flow. But typically when I'm giving instructions, they say you give an instruction, but you tell us 10 things. And yeah, so I'm not, and I know that weakness. So as a result, what do? I always ask them to ask me to repeat, or I get someone, a colleague, to be clear. And she's not a 2IC, she's an office manager in my office. So Casey always not always, half the times, repeats the resolutions so that they can be captured correctly. Because she knows how I think and she knows what I mean. And for the benefit of the colleagues, she does that. So I know my weaknesses. Because I know my weaknesses, my office is very strong. I've got a PA, an executive assistant, and an office manager. Because I know I've got certain weaknesses. These people are going to carry my arms to make sure that I achieve this big vision that I want to achieve. Without them, with just a PA, I'll be frustrated because the PA, the level is too high from here to me. I need an executive assistant and I need an office manager who's going to take care of my office and make sure that she delivers to all the relevant subsidiaries. So the point is, I know my weaknesses. Because I know my weaknesses, I'm able to get people to support me. It is not a problem to know your weaknesses. It's actually very important to know your weaknesses. And typically, entrepreneurs don't know that. Now, with confidence, you become very decisive and courageous. With intelligence, you see beyond the obvious, take creative leaps. If you're action orientated, you set and achieve very high goals. And if you're clear and candid in communication, the direction is very clear. You confront brutal realities and you eliminate the guesswork. So I just wanted to share that one. So that you can see how these link back to the business, how these link back to your workplace if you're still working in your career. Now, I'm sure you've done the exercise. Can I see those hands? Identify leadership style. Typically, predominantly this, a bit of that. And then, okay, let's do exactly what we did the last time. You want to start? Okay, pressure is in the room.
I would say that I am like 95% red, which is innovative, creative. And probably 5% of the, can you see the colors? Flexibility. Yeah, like 5% of that. Do you want us to go over each of the?
No, you can just give us two, your top two, yeah.
So those are my top two because I'm a very creative person. I'm always obviously need people to help me with that.
Okay, amazing. Well done. Okay, this exercise is basically just to get you to know yourself. I know everyone would want to take 5% of that, 10% of that, somewhere you can end up being all 5. But what are you predominantly strong on? We just want to figure that one out. It's not for us, it's for you. It's for you to determine that, to know that, discover that, and then close the gaps where you see gaps. It took me, I repeat, it took me 14 years to realize in business, 14 years in business, to realize that I'm weak in certain areas. We don't want you to lose 14 years. We want you to know now. That's why we're doing this exercise. Okay. And please give us 2. I know you've got a bit of this and a bit of that. Only 2. Try and stick to 2. Okay. Any takers? Mr. James? Oh, you're connected now. Well done. Okay. Anyone? Ayanda?
Hi everyone. So I am. It's very difficult to see the text, but I think I'm the activator. Is that the one that has tenacity at the bottom?
That is correct.
The yellow.
Yeah.
Yes, the yellow. And then if I can just go, if you don't mind, Pastor Nhlanhla, can you just please show me the questions so that I can answer them one by one? Because the only thing I can see, right? Okay. Okay, how this affects daily operations. I think I'm a very fast-paced person when it comes to work, because I always work with the end goal in mind. And sometimes I struggle to work with, I think people who are not necessarily at the same pace as myself.
Yeah.
In managing the daily operations, because for me, it's always about the end goal. Interactions with employees, customers, and vendors. I'm not very patient. I run a funeral parlor, but I'm not the most patient person on planet Earth. So I don't deal with customer care issues because I am very money-centered. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. So when it comes to I can't deal with people and I can be very sympathetic, but because we are in business, we obviously, I understand that, it's about money, but I try not to allow that to
get on the way.
Yes. Strategy development, that's one of my biggest strengths, because I can work on strategy, developing strategy, casting vision, setting goals and basically aligning where we need to go. But I struggle in terms of like the steps that need to be put in place on how to get there. But how to lay the strategy, how to cast the vision, I know how to do that.
Thank you. Okay, can you see?
Good morning, Pastor Nhlanhla. Good morning, class. Can you hear me?
Clearly, thank you.
Okay, I think my leadership style is a mixture of the tenacity one that Ayanda spoke of, the builder. I think it's the one who builds. And then the second one will be to build and maintain. I just can't remember the word that was at the bottom. I've always said I'm one person who wakes up in the middle of that with ideas and lots of ideas. I get flight of ideas and I have to write it down or record it for me to remember. But I've also always said that I need a PA because organizing things is not my strength, but I can always get something from someone. I see it at work, how I relate with others. I can find a department. If there are issues, I can get to the root cause and try and fix things as well. So I think I'm that type of a leader. In terms of starting something, I can give the vision But yeah, organizing things for it to be started is not really my strength. So I think I'll need someone to help me there. So daily operations, I think, as I've mentioned, I'll have a PA, I'll have a driver, I'll have a nanny for the kids. I'm that kind of a person where I have to focus on one thing, and unfortunately, some areas of my life, they actually suffer. And then interactions with employees, customers, and vendors. I'm one person who always encourages people. So I think I'm one who will be, I think the previous activity was talking about what kind of a person you are. I think I'm sociable. I'm able to sort of like I am one person who tries to understand people, as in, why is this person behaving like this? I mean, yes, he's done something wrong, but why? Why is it like this? As I have problems at home. I think that's a strength that I have for business and strategy development. I'm going to need help with that. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm actually here at Joseph Business School. And that's me. Thank you.
Well done. Well done, Kangisile. Betty, I want to get them. After Betty, I would like to get a few more people that I haven't shared anything. Yeah. Ngobo, Sbusi Ngobo, Chabila Mahlobo. Yeah, give us what you've written. Thank you.
Hi, I think my style is stabilizer, blue. I maintain. I like, again, being a very logical and organized person, I like things that are running smoothly and efficiently. So I create systems to ensure that there's no, how do I put it? There's no, I look for all, I can consider all the circumstances that can get in the way of things running smoothly. Like, will a child slip and fall? So do we need to put a mat there so that mat needs to be cleaned at this time, needs to be in place? You need to ensure that it's dry. It's, just, I'll look at every eventuality to make sure that operations are running smoothly. And of course that there's accountability. So who is responsible for the mat? Who is responsible for pool maintenance? Who is responsible for ordering this and ordering that? And yeah, so there's a flow of, I just like things running very smoothly.
Logical.
Very, very smoothly. For daily operation, yes. So my interactions with my employees and customers and vendors, again, I really need things running smoothly. I also have a bit of the activator, the builder, where I can easily, I no longer fear the obstacles. There's to be a point where the obstacles I'd just be blinded by them. I would not see anything past that. But now I'm able to move forward through them and get things done. So there's that. I've grown into tenacity. It wasn't there before. I've always been very consistent, but now I've grown into tenacity as well. So even how I handle my employees, they know there's a consistency. They know who they are talking to. They're not going to find a new woman tomorrow. There's, and of course, even my customers and my vendors, I'm the same person. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, basically. Strategy development, again, our visionary is Mr. James. So I'm fully supportive of strategy development and, of course, making sure that the operations and the systems, everything is in place to align with that vision and that we're all headed in the same direction consistently. So yeah, that's what I feel my style is. I can be quite impatient because I need things to run smoothly. So I can't understand. I have issues with people not being consistent. So in fact, one of my taglines, even when I'm talking to my customers about them making progress in their learning, I say inconsistency, not inconsistency as the word, but inside consistency is where the power lies. So yeah, my tagline.
Amazing. Thank you. James, do you want to add a couple of things and then I move over to Evelyn and then maybe 2 or 3 more people that haven't said anything and then we should. But can I try and manage our time to about like 30 seconds, James? You go. Mr. James. Okay, I see. I'm asking you because your hand was up, unless it was hand up from the
Yes.
previous.
I consider myself to be an innovator. So I'm always bringing new ideas and solutions to the table. And of course, very closely aligned to the activator, because I'm always moving forward and making sure I overcome any obstacles and just achieve and get what needs to be done. The way it relates to my day-to-day, especially when it comes to interaction with my employees, is even with my partner. At times, it's mainly because they feel like I'm a bit too far ahead. So they're always sort of doing a catch-up game.
A bit is an understatement.
Yeah, Betty says a bit is an understatement. I also tend to really try to get them to have self motivation in terms of getting themselves to do things and to add value to the direction that we are going.
10 seconds, James.
For the customers, the biggest challenge that I had a few years back was just trying to disengage from them so that I can focus on our business vision and not be the person at the front. So there was a dislocation there in terms of not being able to engage with them most of the time. But when I'm able to engage with them, it's always very cordial, and they really appreciate my time now. While before, they always used to look at me as one of the coaches or one of the admin or support people.
Okay.
When it comes to vendors, I don't really deal with them much because we have systems that are in place to sort them out. For strategy and development, I get very involved because I do tend to be very strategic in terms of how I activate projects and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 30 seconds, Tabile, and then 30 seconds, Ingwe. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Hello. We can hear you.
Okay. When I answered it before, I chose the yellow and the turquoise, but now I'm listening to everyone's comments and also reading further. I realized that I'm actually an innovator. So I bring new ideas and I think out of the box to solve problems. And I also am a bit of the yellow. So I'm actually more of the yellow because I've realized that even when I'm speaking to clients or employees or those that I'm in leadership, those who are under me in leadership or even above me in leadership, I'm always aiming to, it's the goal. The goal must be achieved and you need to comply with the goal, put everything else aside and let's get the goal done. And then whatever fell off during getting the goal done, we can sort it out then. And also, I'm always looking for the quickest and the simplest way to solve a problem. So if we've been doing something one way and it's not working, let's find new ways of doing it. And how we do this is by putting systems in place, by, for example, when leading people that are under me, where we need stuff done because maybe they're not organized, maybe they're not submitting things on time, to have schedules and times. So put dates and everything's out and everyone must show up with their checklist. I'm very big on checklists. The checklist must be there. And you must show the checklist when you come and say, you know what, I've done this. And then that's for our daily operations. So things get going. And yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Evelyn, last comment, and then we can wrap up.
Morning, everyone. My name is Evelyn. I don't have a business yet, but I'll just speak from my experience. Okay, I'm more on the market analyzer. I love here and there and 10. I work very well with areas where there are systems in place and procedures. I love consistency and also accountability. I want people to be accountable to what they do because I believe in working in systems and procedures which should be followed. And also, I work very well with people. The blue and green both, but more on the blue. I love working with people. I also usually surprise people because I can even work with difficult people. They even wonder how I go through to those difficult people. The other thing about myself and my style is that I'm very diplomatic, and all the operations, I insist on people to following procedures and work instructions so that they can be consistency and they can also do things right the first time. And also, I'm good with all the people, even the difficult ones, if I've said, and also the customers. I tend to understand the customers even than the salespeople. And normally, from my background, I normally deal with the customers in the technical side of things. And my weakness is on the innovative. I'm going to get into a business where there's a lot of innovation needed. That is the design and fashion and design business. So I really need to work on that to bring a lot of ideas. Fashion is a very area where there's a lot of changes within a short time. So I should be able to be innovative and be in touch with what is happening and changes.
Thank you.
That's all for me.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, everyone. I know we couldn't do everyone. I know Sbusi, I had asked to speak, but next time, because of time, leadership, strength building. Now, we all can become better leaders. In fact, every time I pray, I always ask God to make me a better husband to my wife, a better father to my kids, a better pastor to the church, a better leader in my business. So it's one area that I pray for, and I ask God, make me a better leader at work, in every area of leadership where you've placed me, be it in society, at church, or in business. So, because if I'm a better leader, then I'm going to lead the business God's way. Now, so the areas that are quite important for us to continuously build, humility is one of the areas. Curiosity, obviously, being inquisitive, asking questions, seeking understanding, supporting others, obviously, and learning as well, and truthfulness, being authentic, and truthfulness. And we in the world of social media, we always masking ourselves to be a person or people that we are not are, so we're not authentic. And I'm a different pastor. I love my family, I love my wife, but I also love a bit of fun. And there's nothing wrong with that, as long as I keep reminding you, it's clean fun. So I share with my, I've actually liberated a lot of people, but I'm true to myself. I'm not masking. So when you see me with my wife having fun, you're not going to be surprised, because we went to a restaurant which has got a bit of fun. In Durban, we've got a restaurant called Views. It's a bit youngish, and we're always the oldest, me and my wife. But and it's the patrons there. Views. People in the room know Views. It's so the patrons there are like your early 20s to maybe the oldest are early 30s, and we come here, the gogos and the mkulos, and we are the oldest. But we just want to get a bit of energy on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or two, then we go back home. But the point is, let's be honest and be truthful, and let's have appetite for authentic. I think that we live in a world where we're masking. And then exemplify leadership characteristics. You know, the things that you need to do to build capacity. Obviously, you've got to study, learn new things, attend conferences, workshops, training sessions, reading books, various sources, etc., etc. As operate. However, let's go back. Operate in the kingdom principles, and then ultimately observe the fruits. Bring consultants if you need to bring consultants. As I said earlier, bring coaches, bring mentors, bring people that are going to complement what you are capable of doing. I want to close in the 3 minutes that I've got. I'm done on my side. And then Dr. Foster is going to continue from eager or ally, enemy or ally, ego. Okay, now I want to close with Isaiah chapter 43, verse 19. It's a scripture that we know in a world where everything is changing constantly. Everything is continuously changing in that world. You'll remember, those of you that are not young, like me, will remember that there's a company that was called Nokia, that was a market leader literally 25 years ago. They were a market leader in cell phones. They did exceptionally well. And today, they literally almost non-existent. What happened is that in the early 2000s, the CEO, the CFO of Nokia, and the chief engineer of Nokia, the chief engineer of Nokia, not CFO, the chief engineer of Nokia went to the CFO and said, we need $100 million to compete with Apple. The iPhone is really taking, they were not worried about BlackBerry, which was growing at the time. They said, no, our biggest competition is not BlackBerry, but it's iPhone, because they're bringing something different in the market. And at the time, the CFO and the CEO said, what is our market share? Their market share was in their 20 odd percent. And what is the market share of Apple, iPhone? At the time, it was like a couple of 2 or 3%. So then the CEO said, so why do you want us to spend $100 million on this? Because they are not our competition. But the chief engineer said, because what they are bringing is different, we need to be ready to adapt to what they are doing. At the time, I remind you, BlackBerry was growing, but they did not see BlackBerry as their competition. They saw, obviously to a certain extent, BlackBerry was competing, but not as their major competition, but they saw iPhone as their major competition. As you know, 15 years later, the Nokia almost doesn't, it does exist in the market, but it almost doesn't really exist. Similarly, BlackBerry, BlackBerry had BBM, they just could not adjust, grow beyond the BBM, which was their, unique selling point. It was, I never had a BlackBerry, but I had FOMO because everyone had BlackBerry. And but I was so loyal to Nokia that I had Nokia until iPhone 2, I think. Then when iPhone 2 or 3, I don't remember, then I started having iPhones from there on. But the point is, BlackBerry lost. They could not adjust to WhatsApp. WhatsApp killed BlackBerry. Okay? When WhatsApp was introduced in the market, it killed BlackBerry. Dead. Knocked them out. They could not adjust. So the point is, in Isaiah 43, verse 19, God says, see, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and in streams in the wasteland. So I just want us to really constantly listen to the voice of God and what God is saying in this season. Constantly listen to, because God is always doing something new, but we're not listening. God is always whispering something new and fresh, and a fresh word to you about your business, and a fresh word to you. And I remember when I was here the last time, I spoke about wisdom and that God wants to give us wisdom. So, and God wants to give you a fresh word, fresh ideas, fresh business ideas, fresh innovative ideas that are going to take your business to the next level. God, you have a blessing. Going back to what Pastor Clint was saying earlier, the blessing is upon your life, and that power that raised Jesus up, from the tomb, from the death, it's the same power that resides inside of you. So that same power resides inside of you is the same power that you use in business. The ability to listen to the voice of God and being obedient and yield to that voice is very important. So as I close, I'm saying, see, God is doing a new thing. But the question is, do you perceive it? If you don't perceive it, are you hearing it? Are you understanding it? Are you, because the truth is, we always say, may God open, Paul said, may God open the eyes of your understanding. The eyes of your understanding. It means your eyes of understanding can be closed, can be shut. Okay, you can be a Holy Ghost speaking, tongue, Holy Spirit filled, tongue speaking, but in your eyes, because you are so fixated onto the possession, onto your product. God wants us to constantly innovate. Can you perceive it? Can you perceive? Always try and say, Lord, where do you want me to take this business now? What is the next big thing in this business? God has that answer. Let me tell you, listen to the voice of God. So now the verse says, now it springs up. But do you perceive it? It's always springing up. It's fresh water, fresh word, powerful word, and I'm making a way in the wilderness. When everyone else is complaining about the economy that is depressed, the inflation that is very high, the interest rates that are very high, God is saying, look, those things may affect the world, but you don't use the Babylonian system. It will affect you, but you will come out of it as if nothing has ever happened. And I was sharing during tea break, we're buying buildings. One of my offers was accepted on Thursday. We're buying a hotel and student accommodation. We're converting 80% of the hotel into student accommodation, and the rest continues. Why? Because the economy is bad. They wanted a certain number. I gave them 40% less. They said, look, they came back, tried to get another number. And I said, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you anything more. And guess what? On Thursday afternoon, I'm giving you until 4 o'clock. They accepted the offer. In the middle of the famine, Isaac sowed a seed. So this is an opportunity for you. Whilst the economy is going it's really tough. It's going down. Problems everywhere. In South Africa, I hear in Kenya as well, as Mr. James was saying, we're facing load shedding, and various other countries, they've got different problems. The inflation is very high. Interest rates are high. But we are not of this world. We are in this world, but we are not of this world. We come from a different kingdom system. And that kingdom system, we use that same kingdom system to be able to do business. And he's saying he will give you streams in the wasteland where, what can be perceived to be a wasteland. And God is going to, give you streams. And, God is going to give you streams. And what do you do with streams? You irrigate. And what do you do with irrigation? Where there's irrigation, there's more productivity. So you'll be productive in a down economy, in a downturn of the economy. You'll be productive when things are not going well. And let me tell you, if you have to perceive what God is doing in your life. May the good Lord bless you. We really appreciate you. We love you. Thank you for taking time to listen to us. And let me tell you, I'm living in the capable hands of Dr. Foster, an amazing. John is amazing, and he's going to be taking you to the next few slides. And may God bless you. We love and appreciate you. Thank you.
Love you and appreciate you too, Pastor. Really good to see you on screen. Sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Thanks, sir.
Oh dear, I don't think I'm on. Good to see you, Pastor.
You are on. Okay, yeah, you are on. Thank you, John.
See you,
Thank you.
Vault, can I just get a minute to put the slide on, please? I'm going to switch the video off for 1 minute and just get those slides up here and put the slides on screen. Screen. No. I'll share. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Can you all see the screen on Ego? Can you see the screen? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see it and we can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you, Peter. Oh, and good to put a face to a name again, Peter. How are you doing? Excellent. Yeah, we chatted 2 weeks ago. Excellent. Okay, guys. Well, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to get straight into it. Again, Pastor, thank you so much for the awesome introduction. Oh, what an amazing man of God. Excellent. So, guys, we're going to be looking at ego and then taking it further. So the question is, in business, is ego an enemy or an ally? And I think after hearing Pastor Clinton and Pastor just now as well, I think we all realize if you're going to be successful in business, you need to be balanced. A lady previously had mentioned she likes to have checklists and believes to be the same person in front of her business. And Pastor was saying the same thing, the same person in front of the church or his family. And at the same time, you need to be realistic and realize as a business person, it's a war out there. You have to have ego, but positive ego. In other words, you've got to represent your business and yourself in the correct way. So let's have a look at it. What do you think are the early signs of an ego? So, of course, if you have ego, that's great. You most probably, well, you're brilliant. Many of you have already started very successful businesses. But the thing is, and yes, you need to accept people and accept situations, but the problem becomes when you become defensive, or you want to compare yourself to others. And understand, yes, it's about excellence, doing business God's way. It's about excellence, but at the same time, you cannot compare yourself to every business. You should set yourself the highest standard, God's standard, and that's the only comparison you should have. Would you all agree with me? Okay, so moving on. Let's discuss then what are the strengths in terms of becoming weaknesses. Or sorry, when strengths become weaknesses, because we know the scripture that he who is last will be first, and we need to be a servant leader. The servant leader is not someone who is weak. It is someone that realizes the importance of appreciating your own possession and being a servant, a transformational leader, improving others. So let's have a look at a few of the strengths. And you don't have to put up your hand. I won't ask you if these apply to you, but think about these. Confidence. Of course, you need to be confident in business. Nobody wants to do business with someone who isn't confident. Pastor was just speaking about getting a property 40% cheaper. Why? He had confidence. He stood by his beliefs. He was decisive. He was courageous. And that's great. But what is the extreme? Well, if you take it to the extreme, and again, if you're not comparing yourself to God's standard, you're going to become closed-minded, domineering, intimidating, because you are overconfident. And as I'm sure you'd all agree, in business, if you believe, or in any aspect of life, if you believe you've reached the pinnacle, you are now at the top where you have to be, you will not be able to learn anymore. Would you all agree? All with me? Oh, Shibit, what's happening? All with me? You most probably are aware from your studies Maslow's hierarchy. Have you all heard of Maslow's hierarchy? It's 5 levels, starting with the most basic needs, the need for the physiological needs. Sorry, it's a little bit extra. I'm not sure if you've heard of Maslow's principle. Anybody? Can you just put a hands up or a thumbs up if you've heard? You have? Excellent. Well, then you'll know Maslow's principle, as I was saying, looks at the most basic physiological needs, the need for food and so on. And then, of course, you have the need for security, safety, in other words, not only safety where you live, but in your job and the rest of the environment. And then you have self-esteem and or friendship, self-esteem. And last but not least, at the pinnacle, you remember there was a thing called self-actualization. And Maslow's principle, and this is to explain the component of confidence, Maslow's principle says that self-actualization is a point where the word self-actualate, you come to a point of self-understanding, self-actualization. A newer principle that's come out, which you can look up, called ERG, which stands for, ERG stands for exactly that in terms of evaluating yourself and so on. The G stands for growth. Now that is interesting. Previous theories, self-actualization, I've reached the point of self-actualization. The newer theory says, no, we don't call it self-actualization. We call it the growth. And where you reach a pinnacle, when you've got everything you need, it's actually a point of growth. Why do you think there's been this change? Anybody? Anybody have an idea? Why do you think we've changed in theory? You don't say now you've self-actualized when you've reached the pinnacle. Most of you are at the point in your businesses where you're now reaching the next dimension. You're at the top, close to the top. And yet it's no longer self-actualization. It's rather growth. Well,
maybe.
Yes, the 2 people were speaking there. Somebody, yes?
Go ahead.
Yes, Betty, you've got your hand up. I think it was you. Yes, Betty.
I think as you reach a different pinnacle in your either your leadership or your business, your needs also evolve. So whereas it was initially to start the business, to get it running, now you have to consider the employees that you have on board and their families. You also have to consider your place in society, your place in economics of that business, your sphere of influence, and the mountain you're on. Yeah.
Absolutely, Betty, you're totally correct. Sorry, Jacques, you were also saying something?
Yeah, I was just going to say we live in a world that's just changing very, very quickly, and information gets old quickly, and so you've got to constantly evolve, like Betty says, and there's new information. It's constantly evolving, and growth is important. Growing with the times and technology, etc.
Exactly. So in the old theory, it was great to say, you know what, you've reached a stage of self-actualization. But again, that's overconfidence. It's about growth. Because as you correctly said, Doc, and Betty as well, thank you. You know, we all have so much information. There it is, your cell phone. You've got so much information available. It's unbelievable. The question is knowledge. Can you take that information? Do you realize that you're at a pinnacle? When you reach the pinnacle, it is still about growth. You will always need to grow. In other words, the secular world understands it's not about self-actualization anymore. It's now about always being in a stage of growth. In other words, don't be overconfident. Realize every person you meet, you will learn something from them. So moving on in terms of intelligence, of course, you have to have intelligence. But again, if you're over-intelligent, you have the confidence, you're going to make mistakes in business because you're going to dismiss or demean others. Again, in action, if we look at it, same thing. It's of course important. You're not going to be a successful business person, or you aren't a successful business person, if you haven't set goals. As we heard earlier, have that checklist. But at the same time, if you're overconfident, what's going to happen? You're impatient. You resist the change that could actually improve your business, like Pastor was saying about Nokia. And of course, at the same time as well, you need clear and candid communication because you need to be able to speak to your staff. But again, if you're overconfident, what are you going to do? You're generating fear. You're intimidating. You're actually going to cause people to gossip about you. You are going to be your own downfall. The Bible speaks about a confident or man, or not a confident man, but if you're overconfident, that it will lead to your destruction. So the secular world understands it right from basic theories, how important it is. And of course, it's all coming back, hopefully, Lord willing, back to Christian principles in the secular world as well. Everybody happy with that? Any questions? Oh, let's move on. Time is short. So let's look at the next aspect then. So we were talking about, again, excessive ego. You're going to exaggerate. Again, overconfidence. You are haughty and you will fall because you're exaggerating how successful your business is. You may even start getting to the point where you want to manipulate. You think that the system owes you or that you are superior to the system. And you wish to start manipulating, trying to change things, trying to get more for yourself. It all becomes about me. Again, the fear of failure, the belief that I am superior, these are all extra excessive ego aspects that are going to cause you to fail. Again, similar to manipulation, fabrication, creating information, or even filtering out, saying that doesn't apply to me. I am greater. Yes, you are greater through the grace of God only. And businesses, we see them crumble and fall because they make foolish mistakes because they don't first seek God. Interesting that the secular world understands these principles, yet they don't say it directly, but it's the assumption throughout, and you would agree with that. And you've picked this up, of course, in all study materials and so on. Praise God. Okay, well, let's have an overview then of what we're looking at so far. You know, management functions, we all understand, are interrelated, and it's difficult to separate components. And yet, in business, if you haven't done this before, we'll be going through it now, I'm sure you have, the whole aspect of POLT, plan, organize, lead, and evaluate, or organize as well, organize, direct, same thing. And as a business person, as Pastor was saying earlier, you need to have curiosity. You need to have humility. You need to ask questions, and that's so important. You need to lead with questions. If any of you, and I always mention this, I am a great subscriber and follower of an amazing pastor, an American pastor, who also lives mainly in America and Australia. His name is Shane Willard, like the battery or the chips, W-I-L-L-A-R-D, Shane Willard. Shane Willard often comes to Durban and preaches here, and he sees he's tutored by, or mentored rather, by two rabbis. So in other words, they understand scriptures in the same context, in the actual context, not the westernized. In other words, we often struggle with the Bible because we see it from a Western aspect. Such as, for example, the Greeks, which our studies are based on, will see far more function than form. In other words, when the Bible speaks of the great hand of God, we think of a big hand. When a Jewish person sees or hears the concept of a hand, it misunderstand. Interestingly enough, in the Bible, when Jesus, at the age of 12, 13, was preaching or it's questions. Think about that.
Dr.
In business,
Foster,
I was interested.
sorry,
Yes.
Dr. Foster, the internet was a bit low, so we didn't catch the last few seconds of what you said. The sound went off. Sorry.
No stress. Okay, so I was saying you're welcome to obviously go online, have a look at Shane Willard. He's, as I was saying, mentored by rabbis and understands the Bible from the Jewish aspect far more than the Western. We lose a little bit of the translation, of course, when the Bible is translated to the Western culture, which we are. So I was saying the big hand of God, which we read in the Bible, to a Jewish person means not the function like we see, but not actually the physical form of a hand, which is what we see. They see what is the function of a hand. A hand protects you. And in the Bible, when Jesus was with the rabbis, it's interesting if you read it, the translation actually states that they were amazed by his questions. So we understand in terms of intelligence, the rabbis, Jewish community, understand it's not about the answers, it's the questions you ask. Think about it, in your business, there's so much information. Information is available on your phone. We're in the age of technology. Knowledge is everywhere. The question is, are you asking the right questions. That's what's going to determine your success. So even from a biblical aspect, questions, ask the right questions, seek wisdom, and you will then find the right answers, but have the right questions. And so it's important, are you allowing your staff that independence to ask questions, to develop themselves? Or do they just simply have to give you the answers, not really think about what the problem is, the questions? Does that make sense to everyone? Good. Well, let's move on then. So very important, lead with the questions. And of course, there it is. Create that culture of innovation. Get people to question. You want your staff to think, what is the problem? And have I got the liberty to try and come up with the solutions? The problem. So the question. A very, very critical aspect. So let's have a look then at the plan, organize, leadership, and control. You've most probably heard of these before. And before we do that, let's have a look at a scripture that relates to this. Planning, organize, leadership, and control. And the scripture is, see thou a man diligent in his business, he shall stand before kings, he shall not stand before mean men. In Proverbs 3, 22, 29. The reason is, you are able to plan, organize, you use leadership, and you have control, evaluate the scenario, you will be successful. And again, it's about asking the right questions. So we all understand planning. You've all done that. You've done your business plan, planning, looking ahead. You've all been in the process now of organizing the information, organizing the resources, be it your staff, whatever skill sets you have, whatever it is. You're all in leadership. By even attending JBS and speaking to your colleagues, you are developing leadership styles. And of course, we've just done a course on what is your leadership. But the question is, are you implementing control? And most businesses fail, no, in fact, because they don't implement the control aspect. Again, you're asking the right questions. It is great that you are aware of what the problem is. You ask the right questions. Well done. It is great that you've organized resources and you're leading people to ensure that there's success. But are you ensuring that there's control? In other words, are you saying and asking the question, have I resolved the problem? Is there a big difference between what I'd originally planned and where I currently am? In other words, the control aspect. So I'm sure all of you've done Alt before, you've done it through JBS. Again, the question, have you really thought about where you want to go? Have you implemented the control systems? And are you ensuring that the questions you are now asking is ensuring you are reducing that deficit, the variance, the difference between where you wanted to go and where you should be going? Okay, so plan, organize, leadership, and control. Another aspect which, and I'm going through this quickly because of time, is you would have all spoken or gone through the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It's in your business plan as well. And just remember that the strengths that you have and the weaknesses you have are within your control. They're in your direct control. Your strengths and weaknesses, they are in your policies. Those questions I was saying, are you asking the right questions? What policies do I have? How can I enhance the strengths of my business? What is making my business, or why is my business successful? What is it that I have? As we heard earlier, is it because you use checklists? Of course, amen. The first and foremost, seek God. That is the biggest strength. Amen. But in addition to that, are you asking the right questions? The weaknesses you have, are you asking the right questions? Why is this a weakness for my business? How can I use the opportunities that are out there in the market and the macro environment? How can I use those to actually reduce my weaknesses and enhance, improve my strengths? If you're interested in that, you're welcome to go online and look at SWOT analysis. We all know the other analysis is called TOWS, T-O-W-S. So it's reading it now from, you look at it from right to left. In other words, if you were dyslexic, you wouldn't have seen SWOT, you'd have seen TOWS. TOWS is exactly that. It's a step up. It's a new version, if you like, of SWOT analysis. It's saying, how do I actually have a look at those opportunities and threats, and how do I ensure I reduce those using my strengths? Or alternatively, how do I improve my strengths by using the opportunities? And how do I reduce my weaknesses and the threats, using my strengths and opportunities. So again, all about the questions. And the questions, of course, will ensure that you don't have over-ego, overconfidence, and that you ensure that your business is successful. Well, we were just speaking about the SWOT analysis. So let's have a look then at what are the advantages. And of course, there's many. You know this. We've done this in the business plan. By doing a SWOT analysis, you can see what are your strengths and what are your opportunities, and how do you reduce those threats and reduce your weaknesses in procurement, getting the right products, in your manufacturing, in your marketing, in your sales, and all of the aspects. We could go on all day speaking about every single aspect, right through to your own personal life. Are you doing a SWOT analysis? What are your strengths and weaknesses as an individual? How do you improve yourself? The benefits of the SWOT analysis. Well, the question then is, and I'm going to go straight ahead because of time, the next slide we're going to be looking at is your goals. What are the goals you're setting yourself? And of course, we all know there's 5 questions we always ask. Does anybody know what is always the questions you should ask? Because in a business, you need to ask 5 questions, and we'll be concentrating on 4 of those today. Anybody know what's the questions you always ask? And by that I mean one-word questions. One-word questions. The W's, have you all heard of the W's? If not, let's have a look. So
who, what, when, how?
There you are. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Who was that? I can't see the...
It's Tabile.
Thank you, Tabile. You're totally correct. So when, why, where, what, and so on. And of course, we've changed it slightly, and we're now saying, and thanks again, Tabile. Thank you for that. So the questions we're asking is, if you want to be successful in terms of your goals, you need to ask the questions, how am I going to do it? When, what, where, and why? The main questions. And if you do that, you will find that you are effective. Tabile, I think your mic is still on. Thank you. So if we're looking at the planning and we're asking all the questions, why, how, when, where, and so forth, we're going to see that we're going to be able to determine our long-term strategies. Means that we're going to now asking the right questions again, see the bigger picture. We're going to then be able to take the bigger picture and see what are the aspects that are important to me. We'll then be able to be objective and objectively analyze that. And that means that we can also then, of course, work within these parameters that are unknown to us. And also at the same time, not get clogged down by the small stuff. Because let's be honest, we get clogged down by the small stuff, don't we? We worry about the little things. The question then is, if you're not willing or you're not asking the right questions, you are not going to be able to plan effectively by seeing the broader aspects of where your business needs to go. So what are the benefits then of strategies? And of course, we're looking here at the short-term strategies. What is the benefits of these? Of course, you need to have this long-term vision, like I just mentioned, and ask the questions and plan and organize and lead and control long-term. But at the same time, yes, you do not want to get boggled down by the small stuff. But at the same time, you need to understand that if you want your vision, your long-term vision to be successful, your mission statement needs to include how you're going to get to the long-term vision. So you need to strategize short-term, and things such as understanding what is the situation currently. Get your staff to question and ask, how do we get out of the scenario? Because your staff have great wisdom. And as Pastor said, if you need consultants and specialists, seek people that can help you, because you need to look long-term, but understand also the need to strategize short-term. Because without that, how are you going to manage your business day to day to reach the long-term? You need to get that feedback. You need to be effective quickly. Pastor was saying they bought the property. He gave a deadline, 4 o'clock, and that's the time. And you need to be able to see the short-term objectives. You need to obviously be able to react quickly. And of course, we said you must ensure that you don't get clogged down. So you need to be able to see short-term and long-term. So moving on then in terms of the master plan, you also need to plan in terms of crisis, because crisis will come. And of course, the first and foremost is seek God, of course. But how do you handle these scenarios? And these slides will be made available to you. And of course, as an individual, especially if you've now got an established business, you're more than probably, and having done leadership style, you're more aware now of your own leadership methodology and so forth. But first and foremost, the most basic, just get into a relaxed state of mind. Desiderata is a famous poem. You might have heard of Desiderata, and it says, go slow in the midst of haste and so on. And remember that most fears originate, or most anxiety really comes from fear and physique and tiredness, being exhausted. Don't make decisions when you're tired. Make sure you're in a relaxed state of mind. Think about the options. Even if there's deadlines, say to yourself, I'll give an answer by tomorrow morning. Sleep on it. Focus on logical outcomes. Again, don't allow emotions to make you your decisions or affect your decisions. Again, though, don't over procrastinate. Set yourself a timeline, but be in a state that is relaxed and give yourself time to think about it. Make that decision and then act decisively. And of course, plan to succeed. Even if your plan has got errors in it, of course, you can adjust best you can as you move on. The point is, you need to make a decision and act decisively and move on. And yes, in life, of course, there will be decisions you may make that might not have been the best decision, but you could always take that decision, learn from it, and adapt it and try where you can to improve it. And of course, seeking God's wisdom will ensure that you don't make tremendous errors. So let's move then on to how do you actually do business research? It's a lot of information. You've most probably done this already. So just a quick recap. You get primary and secondary data. And of course, the third option is customer relations management, where you can speak to your customers directly, really in combination of both. In a nutshell, can somebody tell me what is the difference between primary and secondary data? You can just unmute your mic, primary and secondary data. Anybody?
It's a rare primary. It's when you speak to a person, you get information from that person. But with the secondary data, it's when you get information. It's either from the books or yes.
Okay, very good. So primary data is much more expensive. It's more unique to your business because it is specifically structured to answer questions related to your business. And of course, there you can get qualitative and quantitative. So qualitative, think of quality in terms of actually asking people direct questions. And it's not really questions, it's called surveys. And there you could get a company to do it for you to find out, for example, what does the community think of a private school being in Westville, or your business selling whatever it is, selling poultry in a residential area, whatever. In that case, you could collect primary data by doing a survey and asking people questions. You could pay people, field workers, to do the research for you, and they might interview 100 people and then come back and say, okay, well, so many people said this, and actually in pure qualitative studies even give you in annotations the actual wording of what people said. Another way of collecting primary data is quantitative. You've most probably heard of Likert scales. You've most probably done these, where from like 1 to 5 or 1 to 6, you'd get a questionnaire, usually emailed to you, and you could then answer it. Even if you phone Telkom or any government service, they often, or even private, they'll ask you afterwards to stay on the line, and can you evaluate how good that service was. And they'll ask you from 1 to 5 or 1 to 10, would you recommend, etc. Those are all quantitative. And that information takes time and it's very expensive. But as you can see under data collection at the bottom, it's very accurate. It's extremely relevant because it applies to you. It's obviously you want the information to be timely, but it does take time. And of course, you want information to be cost effective. And primary data collection is very expensive. Secondary, as we heard, is anything from newspaper articles, going onto websites like Stats SA, if you're in South Africa, Statistics SA, gives you a lot of information. Going onto your competitors' websites and possibly joining blogs and so forth to get data, get information. Or ask your customers, the customer relations management systems. But the question then is, if you don't have data, if you don't collect it primarily, which is expensive, as I said, or secondarily, how are you going to know where the future is? It's important to always do that research. Research your business. So again, all part of that planning, making sure that you analyze your environment, continuously assess it. If you're not going to do primary data, you should continuously be assessing, reading up, finding out what your competitors are doing, which is what you did in your business plan, making sure that you are aware of the scenario. Okay, so moving on because of time, organizing your business. Your business plans need to, again, be effective and efficient. Now, many people are very efficient, but not very effective. For example, when I was in business, I had a rep, and actually I did it myself when I started repping. I thought I was very smart. If I used to travel quite far, I used to go all the way up to northern Natal, and I would leave early in the morning and come back late in the evening, and I would see about 15 clients. The question is, was I effective in traveling in one day and not sleeping over and seeing clients over maybe 2 or 3 days? But I was surely one of the two, because the bosses were very impressed. Well done, John. You leave early in the morning, you're back at work the next day. We don't have to pay for you to sleep out and all the rest of it, and you're back at work. But the question was I effective or efficient in going in one day and seeing 20 clients? Can somebody answer that?
Efficient.
Absolutely. Why do you say efficient?
Because you were going there and getting it done, but the question is, was what you were doing effective?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because if you're going to see clients that are far away from you, from your base, and you're visiting them in person, they want to spend time with you. They don't want you to fly in all hot and sweaty, you're there for 2 minutes, you're really just an order taker, because that's all you're going to do. How's business? Do you need anything? Thank you and goodbye. And off you rush to the next customer to be back late at night. That is not being very effective. You're efficient, but not effective. And so again, you need to question, am I being effective? And I'm using that as an example. But maybe you don't go and see clients, but are you spending sufficient time with them? Are you seeing the most important clients most often? Are you including people and stakeholders in your business that could make a big difference, and you're not doing that? In other words, are you being efficient? You may be very effective, but how can you be more efficient? So how do you do this? Well, set up structures, as our one colleague said earlier, who likes a checklist. Set up those structures for the task so you don't forget. Divide them, delegate it. As a business owner, you need to be able to delegate. You cannot do everything on your own. And of course, very important, assign that responsibility. But always remember, the accountability is yours. You are the owner. You are the manager, the owner of your business. You are accountable, but learn to delegate. And again, it's about ensuring that the business is not only effective. Okay, we have 10 minutes, so let's move on. So how do you effectively organize your business? Well, determine the necessary activities. We've spoken about that. Questions, the right questions. Define these. Not only determine them, define them. And there's a big difference. You at the moment, more than probably in your business, are well aware, or you are aware of what scenarios, what's wrong with your business. Why is it not successful? What needs to change? You may not know the exact answer. So what you need to do is sit down and think about and determine what are the activities that are really necessary. And inevitably, you are doing those. The question then is, are you doing them efficiently? In other words, you most probably are very good already at having great suppliers, but could you get better suppliers? You most probably already got amazing customer base, but where's the customers that are your top customers that really can bring in your maximum sales? In other words, are you being efficient? So in other words, determine them and then define specifically where and how can I improve the business. Once you've done that, classify it. In other words, look at which is going to be most profitable. Which do I need to do now? Classify the operational aspects. Then group them together, because that means you can now put your efforts and time into those. And of course, define it in terms of specific descriptions of what aspects these are. Then learn to delegate. Of course, if it's the most critical aspect, you as the owner should be doing those. You should be responsible. I was on holiday a while ago. Well, feels like a while ago, last month. and we were in Hungary, and a good family friend of ours there is a farmer, and he was saying to me, he delegates things such as cutting down the corn and so forth. But when it comes to the aspects such as the actual planting of it, the chemicals they use to ensure that there's no weeds, and aspects such as selling the product or the pricing of the product, he does that. That's what he does, because those are the critical aspects. In other words, what has he done? He's defined activities that are critical, and the rest he's defined in job descriptions, which he allows his staff to do. They are responsible for cutting the wheat. They are responsible for ensuring that it's processed so that the wheat can get put on the trucks. And he does the critical aspects which can really affect the business. In other words, he delegates, and he is also aware of activities that he can delegate and has given them a description. So delegate that authority and make sure you've got channels, make sure you've got directional channels. In other words, ensure that you know who the people are and give them accountability, give them the right to question so they develop as well with your business or help you develop your business. And of course, there it is, points to achieve this. Make sure people are aware what is my job description and that they have the right to make decisions so that they can grow with your business. Everybody okay with that? Make sense? Well, let's move on then. So how do we communicate with businesses? And there's quite a few slides to go, so I'm moving straight ahead because of time. So communication, in terms of the expectations, the work procedures and timelines, of course, formulate the business. You know, it's interesting to note that in many countries, such as Japan, if you use capitals when you email them, it is classified as being rather rude and obnoxious. They more than probably will contact you wanting to know why you swear at them. It's always wise, as I said, which is a known principle, don't go and make decisions. Don't even send an email once you've done it. Rather, save that email and give it a bit of time. Come back in an hour or two, reread your email, especially if it is a critical email. Evaluate the timing of it. The site, who is it going to? What is the best medium? If it's something that is critical, as we know, contact the person directly, preferably face-to-face. Speak to them and then follow it up with an email so that you've mentioned the scenario, especially if it's something that's extremely important or if it's a disciplinary scenario. Make sure that you first speak to them, understand their side of the story, and then follow it up with an email. Consider the culture, the values, and the mental and physical state of people. Don't go and blast people when they're going through a scenario. And if you're angry with someone, don't then reprimand them. Rather, write that email or think what you're going to say to them and leave it for a day. Sleep on it. Give yourself time. Pray about it. There we have it again. Ask questions always to access, to understand. And then, of course, as I said, follow up with emails. Follow up so that you have writing. Have it in writing. Don't just leave things verbally, because a verbal agreement is difficult to implement later. Follow it up always with an email. Basic things, I'm sure you're all doing this, but it's good just to go through these and just re-clarify them. So in communication, your communication must be smart. Most probably you've all heard of SMART, the specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. And again, it comes to information. As a leader, a great leader, your message, your communication needs to be specific. Tell the staff, tell your supplier, your customers what is happening. People want to know the truth. Be specific. It must be measurable. No one wants to know that you plan to deliver their product to them within the next few weeks. No one wants that. Rather, as they say, over-promise and under-promise and over-deliver. In other words, don't promise somebody you will deliver a product in a week when you're not sure. Rather say 2 weeks, so that if it does arrive a little bit late, they're still impressed you within the time frame. Don't go and say it will be here in 1 week and then it arrives later, because that means it wasn't measurable. You were not specific. You weren't even achievable in your roles, and people will then start wondering if you are a great leader who stands for great ethics. So be specific in what you tell people. Give them a time frame, but be realistic in it. Make sure, therefore, it's achievable, it's realistic. By achievable, I mean it can be achieved And realistic means that it's not something that's just made up. And of course, timely. Give them the information timely. When I said measurable, I was referring to delivery of a product, for example, time frame, but also timely. In other words, tell them today that it's arriving tomorrow or next week, not the day before it was supposed to arrive, that it'll be arriving in a week. Make sure your message is timely. Really valuable. Many people in business and students as well, we learn the SMART theory, but they don't really apply it. And of course, you can apply it in every aspect of your life. Challenge yourself when you communicate to be specific in what you're saying. That it's measurable, that it's measurable in terms of quantity or time, that it is achievable, that it is realistic, it's not made up, fictitious, and of course, it's delivered timelessly to the people, whoever the message is for. So in terms of communication barriers, there's many of those. Let's quickly go through it. Again, nothing new. When you're talking, you might have heard my dog barking. Well, that, of course, is noise. So in the surroundings, there might be a lot of noise. Make sure that when you're talking to someone and it's critical, separate yourself. Don't speak to them in front of others, common knowledge. Be sure that you understand how people perceive things. There's a perception. Speak to people in a quiet, more formal environment. Perception is important. You would not try and close a business deal with millions in a noisy coffee shop. Instead, take them out for a dinner. Show them that there's a standard of excellence. Take your staff out, take your customers out to a nice meal in a nice restaurant. Show them the perception that you are a great leader. Of course, be careful of words, the terminology such as now, and so forth. Time aspect, always be aware that different cultures have different meanings of time. And of course, noise. As I said, you most probably heard my dog bark a moment, but there's more noise at this moment. There's an incredible amount of noise in this class, even when it is dead quiet. Can somebody tell me what noise is happening right now? Even when it's dead quiet, there might not be a sound around. There's still noise. What noise am I referring to? Sorry, I'll ask this question just to make sure we... Yes. Sorry?
Thoughts.
Absolutely, your thoughts. Most probably, many of you are hungry. You're thinking, oh, Lord, this guy's going fast. When's he going to finish? Geez, I've got to do this afternoon. Man, you know, he was talking about that on Monday. I've got to talk to that person. Thoughts. Your thoughts are so loud, and be aware of your thoughts because it is noise, it's clutter. When you're speaking to someone and it's important, if you have many things in your mind at the time, rather than say, let's talk about this later, I am too busy now. Be honest with people. Remember, specific. Say, I can't talk to you about this now. I've got other things on my mind. Let's do this after hours. Let's go for a meal or whatever. Think about it. Take your time. Be aware of that noise. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're all on the same page. Really just a bit of a summary here. So in terms of how do you renew your mind? And this is an amazing poem, which is well known. You've most probably heard it. It says, watch, and it's in the Bible. Yes, it is. The wording slightly different. Watch your thoughts because they become your words. Watch your words, they become actions. Watch your actions because your actions in time will become habits. And those will determine your character, which inevitably will determine your destiny. And more importantly, your legacy. We're only on earth for 80 years, Lord willing. What are you leaving as a legacy for your children? And if you don't have children, what are you going to be remembered as? What is your legacy? And that is all affected by your actions, right through to your thoughts. So as we saw, noise, be careful of your thoughts. Be even in your mind, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, timely in what you think. Watch your thoughts because those are your words, your actions, your habits, your character, your destiny, and ultimately your legacy. And may you leave an amazing legacy. So let's look at the last few slides. There's about 6 slides left. I know our time finishes at 12, so I'm slightly over. So I'm just shooting ahead. And I will try and finish in the next before 10 past. I am so sorry. I know we're running a little late. So let's speak then about the last few slides. And they are as follows. In terms of ethics, again, all the information I just said, it's we live in a period of information. Knowledge is achievable because of all the information. Whichever country you're in, make sure in terms of your ethics, are you looking at conditions of employment? Make sure you're following those, the legal and moral standards of your business. Be a good corporate citizen. Worldwide, the move towards looking after the planet, people, and how you make your profits, corporate citizenship. Make sure you have fair business, because that is your legacy you're leaving as well. Be very cautious of gifting. Most companies have specific laws written out, or clauses in terms of what is allowed in terms of giving someone a gift. So it's not perceived as a bribe. The Bible says, therefore, all things whoever that man should do to you, he even. And, well, that's a very old scripture. The better scripture, well, not better, 2023 scripture is, do unto others as you wish them to do unto you. A most basic Christian principle which applies in business. Be honest, you have integrity, and people will treat you the same. Or if you want to really impress them, you can say, therefore, all things whosoever he would that men should do to you, he even so to them do. It's your choice. Sorry, I threw that in there because I like the old English, isn't it quite something? Okay, so theory activities of control. We spoke about plan, the organized, the leading, and I said at the start how important it is to ensure you have control. So many businesses do not implement control. They spend so much time and effort having meetings, doing SWOT analysis and planning, and making sure that they organize their resources and their staff. They take so much effort in leadership, and then they just drop the ball because they don't concentrate on the control. The control is critical. The control should be started right during the plan. While you're planning, you should be thinking of what control mechanism. Set standards. As we heard again, have those tick boxes, those questionnaires. Make sure you got to-do lists. Set standards. Make sure your staff are aware of it. Compare your actual performance to the standards that have been set, and then take those corrective actions. What is the use of doing the whole planning, organizing, and leading if you're not going to implement it? Control process is critical. Your staff, if you are also specific and use measurable, achievable, and all the rest of it, and you set those standards, they know where they need to perform, or if they're not performing. Set those standards and then take the action, the corrective action. So how do you make logical business decisions then? Well, we've said, we spoke about it, let's take it one step further. Identify the problem, brainstorm, again, questions, ask your staff, get them involved, get people, 5 minds, great minds is far better than one. Speak to your colleagues even, or anyone, consultants, brainstorm. Then consider carefully, again, the control aspect. What are the objectives that you want to set, and what will be, and how will you implement it? Gather always new information. We are inclined, as we said, overconfidence. You think that you have all the information. There's so much. Try and gather as much information as you can. Then assimilate and consider all of it. Take everything into consideration. Take time, think about it, look at all the different options. Then re-examine what are those consequences to your alternatives. Then implement the best and evaluate. And again, control, modify as necessary. In a nutshell, make sure that you involve others. Get people to also question. Make sure that you get as much information and don't have overconfidence that you don't get to the point where you think, I have enough information. Involve others. Seriously consider the consequences, act on it, and then, of course, the control process. Ensure that you evaluate and modify it as necessary. So the 7 questions that you should consider then, and we're on the second last slide, is you need to question things such as, is it a problem? What is the exact problem? Again, in the Bible, the Jewish people understand it is not about the answers, it's the questions. Ask the right questions. Find the real problem. If you've asked questions and you've formulated strategies and you've implemented it and the problem hasn't been resolved, the problem then is you didn't ask the right question. Go back and ask, what is the question? Something is wrong. What is the question? Then you need to consider what solutions are needed. We spoke about it. What objectives? What should we be doing? Why should we know these objectives? Understand, what are we looking for? We just said in the previous slide, is new information important? Again, it's the same thing. That overconfidence. Think about what other information is available. Find as much information as you can. And that's why, of course, it's important. We understand that. Also, you need to think about the consequences, positive and negative. And then why form a plan? Of course, you need the plan of action, and you need to take steps and ensure that it is implemented. Last slide then, in terms of the wrap-up. Well, I think, and I do apologize again, time was short. I went very quickly through this, but I hope, and I think a lot of it also is quite common sense. I think most of it you've most probably done. And I trust that you found this enlightening and also just a good summary of what you know. Hopefully there's been some aspects that have been added which can add value. So in terms of what we have studied, so in conclusion then, make sure that you never become overconfident. Always ask the right questions. Seek God for the right questions. Ensure that you always have the control process in place. Too many companies are inclined to spend vast time and money making great plans, ensuring that they organize the processes and resources and structures, that they lead people and processes, but they don't control the outcome. They don't evaluate. Make sure that you understand what are your strengths and your weaknesses. Understand what are the opportunities and threats, and how can you use the opportunities to improve on your strengths and the opportunities to reduce your weaknesses. Don't waste your time and effort on weaknesses that you cannot change. Rather, emphasize and expand and improve on your strengths, because that is what makes your business more unique than your competitors. The question again then is, what is so unique about your business? How do you get to the next level? And all those questions, seek God and go through the study, this material, and of course, all the amazing lectures you've had at JBS, which are all really directing you to think, how can you succeed and do business God's way? So define the ways of applying training. We've looked at that. There's questions over there. Have a quiet mindset. Really think about it. Don't make hasty decisions. Be specific, measurable. Make sure that the goals, the questions, the statements you make are achievable, realistic, and are delivered timelessly. Be aware of communication and how people perceive it. Not everyone you speak to has got the same culture, same background, the same belief system. Be careful of terms such as now, I'll see you just now, in a moment. Because I define my girl, Jackie, if I had to ask Jackie, how long are we going to be before we go out? And she says, I'm coming now. I know that could be anything from 5 minutes to half an hour. Okay? So make sure, I'm just kidding, but make sure that you define it. And then, of course, in terms of the request for feedback, please do give us feedback on the course this morning. Obviously, mine and Pastor's as well. If you have any questions, you're also welcome to drop me an email or send me a WhatsApp. And I really believe or trust and believe that this was beneficial, that there's some pearls in this that maybe you weren't aware of. It was good just to have a recap of it. And I do believe and pray that your businesses will flourish and that you will do business God's way and extend his kingdom. Are there any questions? Well, if there's no questions, I'm sure DeVault is most probably quite annoyed. It's already 1:15. I'm so sorry. We went slightly
Dr. Foster,
over.
it's Valencia.
Yes.
I'm on campus. I just want to know whether
Okay.
you're going to be doing another class with us in the future.
Yes, I am honored and privileged to do another class a little bit later, I think in about a month's time or so.
Okay.
I'll just have to check the timetable. But yes, I will have the pleasure of
I know that
your amazing company soon.
I know maybe there's a reason why you're working from home today, but can we please request that you be on campus when you're doing the next one? I can speak for everybody in the room here. We really enjoy your energy when you're here teaching us, and we really like that, if possible.
No stress. We can definitely see what we can do. No stress at all. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well then, everyone, thank you. It's been an absolute honor and a privilege. All the very best for the rest of your lessons, and enjoy your lunch then. Deval, thank you so much for organizing as well, and for all the staff at JBS for all the immense effort. It's really appreciated. And I speak on behalf of everyone. Have a
Thank you,
blessed day,
Dr.
everyone.
John.
Take care, guys. All the very best. See you soon. Bye. Cheers. Bye.
Bye, Dr. John.
Take care, guys. Thanks, Deval. Thanks, everyone. Bye. Cheers. Bye.
It will be Pastor Scott. Keisha's coming on just to share some stuff about homework, and then Pastor Scott, which is a pre-recorded message, because I think he's overseas or he's, I don't know, he's not here.
You pray that spirit of holiday will fall on all of us.
Is it cold outside, Bongani?
Yeah, it's chilly. It's so crisp. Keep your jacket on if that's what you want.
I'm thinking whether I should take the other jacket as well. Hoodie is fine.
Hi, dear Vault.
Hey, Keisha.
Hi, I think everyone wants to know how long the lunch break is going to be.
Yeah, I was just busy working it out. I think 12:45. Is that fine?
Yeah, all good with me. Everyone, I'm sure you going to enjoy a nice break, and we'll come back at 12:45 and continue. Thank you.
See you soon, Keisha. Thanks.
Always gets me.
Mic check. Mic check.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Oh, there seems to be a delay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
great.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, we can
great.
hear you.
I see that there still are a few people who haven't returned, but we're going to just get started anyway, and they can definitely catch up on the recording if they come in late. Firstly, I do apologize if you hear someone cutting the grass. They've decided to start cutting grass now, so I do apologize for that. But let's get started. So this is my first time actually facilitating a lesson to you guys. It's going to be a little different. I like a lot of participation. I want to hear from those that are on campus. I want to hear from those that are online. Just you can keep yourself muted if you have a lot of background noise, but when you need to speak, you can definitely by all means unmute. I really want to get participation going. All right. So our session, just to give you a rundown, we'll be going over organization, which is part of time management. Thereafter, we will cross over to Pastor Scott, who will be doing the session on time management. And after that, I will then do a question and answer session with you guys, as well as go through all the homework that we have, the summative and the formative. Okay, so let's get right to it. Organization. We're going to discuss this on 3 levels. We're first going to look at organization at a grassroots level in terms of at home, home life, family life. Then we're going to look at organization from a biblical perspective. And finally, of course, what does this mean in the business? Because this is what you're here for. This is what you want to understand. How does this translate into your business, into your new venture, and how is it going to make a difference? Now, let's get started. I'm going to ask, and we are still in Women's Month, so I'm not being very, what's the word? I'm not discriminating against anyone, but because it's still Women's Month, I'm going to ask for 2 ladies. I'm looking for moms. I want you to discuss or give me an example of what your morning rush is like. You know, before you're getting your kids ready for school, what time does your day start? What do you need to do? How are you organized? How does this translate into getting your kids ready and sorted and going for school? Can I get a volunteer? Where's all the moms? On campus, in class, online. Where's Sandile?
I see Betty's got her raised hand.
Oh, there we go, Betty. Go ahead.
Hi, so I'm a mom of teenagers, and well, I have 2 adults and 1 teenager. So it's basically get up. Yeah, that's basically the morning. It's like it's good morning, get up, what's your back, it's just chaos. Yeah. And then bye, have a nice day, love you.
Yeah. I love it. Thank you for the honesty. Appreciate that. I see Tabile has her hands up.
All right, my mornings also used to go like that. I have an older child now, so it's not like that anymore. What I did was to curb all of that, because being a teacher, I've got children at school that I know what it's like when they get to school and they've been scolded at. So what we do with the children, we set up our stuff at night before. So in the morning, it's literally, we only have 30 minutes. And in that 30 minutes, you need to bath, eat, dress, and be out. If you're not, I'm gone.
Okay, thank you for that. I like seeing the organizational approach, the problem solving that you put in there. Very good. And also the basically it is what it is. And it's so interesting that I am doing the session with you guys, as I am the one that's checking how good your organization is in terms of submissions. And I'm not gonna call anyone out here. But I see Ria is laughing. Betty is laughing. I can't see everyone. So if you're laughing, yes, you are understanding what I'm talking about. But what does the Bible say about organization? And we're going to touch on everything briefly and go through it. I know we have some time to catch up on, which I'm going to try and do as we go along. Now, I've posted in the chat box our key scripture for today. It's Numbers 1, verses 52 to 54. I'm going to ask someone to read it out for us, just so we can get everyone speaking. Let's ask, is there someone in class that can read out for us? I'm not sure who's who's present on campus. Someone who hasn't spoken. Is there anyone there? Valencia? Or I'm not sure if Sheldon's on campus. Can one of you read for us, please?
Hi, Keisha.
Hi.
Our campus students are still on lunch.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Let me ask Subashle, can you read for us, please? Okay, I don't know if Subashle is there. Let's ask Ria. Sorry. Are you able to see it still, Ria? Do I need to stop sharing? You're on mute. You're on mute, Ria.
It's Numbers chapter 1.
Verses 52 to 54. I have it on the chat box, if you can see the chat box.
Oh, I need to go. How does it go? You put me on the spot. Oh, where's the chat box? No, let me open up my Bible.
That's fine. That's perfect. And we're still waiting for some students to join in, so it's no problem.
All right. Chapter 1, 54.
Yes, Numbers chapter 1, verse 52 to 54.
Okay, 52. The other Israelites shall camp in their respective regimental camps by companies, but the Levites shall camp around the tabernacle of the covenant, that there may be no wrath on the congregation of the Israelites. And the Levites shall perform the guard duty of the tabernacle of the covenant. And the Israelites did so. They did just as the Lord commanded Moses.
Amen. Thank you for that, Ria. We really appreciate it. Okay, so that is our key scripture or key verse for today's session. Just gonna go down here. Okay, so organization, let's lay down the foundational biblical references. In Numbers chapter 1, verses 19, this is from the King James Version, it says, as the Lord commanded Moses, so he numbered them in the wilderness of Sinai. Now remember, this is the time when Moses was he was tasked by God to do these divisions for the different tribes. And how many tribes were there? We know that there were 12, right? The key point here is that Moses and Aaron were directed by God to organize, to name, to number, and to arrange campsites for 12 tribes. That's a lot of people. This is a very big organization, okay? While in the wilderness, so where were they? They weren't in an ideal place. They were in the wilderness. And they needed to position and prepare the Israelites to move into the promised land. And this is where a lot of you are in your businesses, right? You need to get organized in such a way that you are positioned and you are prepared to enter into the promised land, the promises that God has in store for you, what he has placed on your hearts, the blessings that are there, it's there, but you need to organize yourself in such a way that you are in the right position to receive it and to have it. Okay, so let's look into this a little bit further. Now, here is a picture, and this is what it would have looked like. If you count those camps, you'll see that there is a particular way it is organized. Now, I want to take you to the next slide very quickly. Okay, so right in this position at the top, the north, we had Dan, Asher, and Naphtali. There was 157,600 people. Okay. Then here on the east, we had Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun, 186,400 people. Down at the south, we had Reuben, Simeon, and Gad, 151,450 people. And on the west side, we had Ibrahim, Manasseh, and Benjamin, 108,100. You'll notice that the Levites are not mentioned here, and we're going to go into that a little deeper. But what is so profound is that the positioning of these people actually form a cross. And that is beautiful. And the reason I say that is because we also know, I think it's in, it's in Ephesians, that Ephesians 1 verse 4, he chose us in him before the foundations of the world. We were with Christ. And look at this, right in the Old Testament, where we see the formation of the cross, which we know is a representation of Christ's love for us. So that is quite profound. That is the level of organization from a biblical point of view. So let's keep going. It continues from our key scripture that we read just now. The organization of the Israelite camp was ordered by God. Moses had to take that instruction. He had to be obedient to the last letter. If we also look at Noah, all right, there's another really good example of organization. God gave Noah the key, every single detail, to the minute detail of what he needed to do to build that ark. If Noah was not obedient, if he decided to do things his own way, he wouldn't have had that perfection, that level of perfection that was needed. And that is how God works. We have to be in tune with him. We have to be obedient to him and his instruction and not go our own way. If we look at Jonah, for example, He was not in tune. And what happened? Because of his disobedience, he went astray. But God, in his grace, in his mercy, in his love, he brought him back to where he should be. We don't want to go astray and miss out. So it's so important that we are organized according to the direction of God. And that goes to our next point. By obeying God's commandment, the people became more effective. Dr. John just spoke about effectiveness and efficiency. How can we be effective and efficient if we're not obeying God's commandment? Was Jonah efficient? No, because he missed out on all that time because of disobedience. So this is so crucial, not just from a biblical point of view or from a business point of view, but from a personal point of view across all areas of your life, which is why I started with, how does it affect us in our home well, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but we'll get there. Now, I am looking for one particular student. Jacques, are you in class?
Hi, Kisha.
Okay, Jacques, can you tell us about the rugby game last night?
Yeah, the Springboks put in a record, a new record win against the All Blacks. It's the biggest defeat the All Blacks have ever suffered. And obviously South Africa's record win against the All Blacks as well.
That's amazing. So I didn't watch it, but I heard my children and my husband go crazy. So how would you describe the leadership and the organization of the team itself?
Yeah, I think it's brilliant. And I think they've got the right mix of leaders in that group. The current head coach, Jacques Nienaber, is a very meticulous, very statistical driven coach. I don't think he's the most inspirational character, but IQ wise, he's incredible with statistics and planning. And then I think the director of rugby who's over him, Rassie Erasmus, he's got a very high EQ. He's very good at getting the best out of people and motivating them and that sort of thing. And then obviously Siya Kolisi is an inspirational guy to the team. So I think I got the right guys in the right places, the right mix of logical, statistical, and then emotional leadership as well.
Awesome. So it's a very balanced team, a collective or organization, if we could say. So thank you for that. I really appreciate your insight there. I know that Jacques is involved with rugby, which is why I asked him. A lot of the South Africans on board know that this is very big for us ahead of the World Cup coming up soon. I don't know how big rugby is in Kenya or Malawi or any of the other countries we have. Is it a big sport for you guys? Peter, Betty, yes, Peter?
Yeah, here in Malawi, we don't have that type of the game.
Oh, you don't? Okay. I see Betty is having a problem with seeing.
I love it.
Awesome. Are you able to see now, Betty?
Yes, yeah. You can ask James.
Okay. James?
Yeah, rugby is actually quite big now. It's picked quite well.
Yes.
Kenya does very well with the sevens team. And they're actually quite very well ranked in the world as well.
All right. Wow. Thank you for that. Now, the aim or the reason we brought in rugby is because we know it unites everyone. If we think of in South Africa, from a South African context, 1994 was a crucial year for us. There was a lot going on politically. There was a lot going on emotionally. There's a lot going on everywhere. And to see that mixture culminate and just to see that peace that came forth from that unity, it was beautiful. And that's why we've actually brought that in. So let's just go through it. When a group disintegrates into a collection of individuals, each going their own way, its ability to be used by God is diminished. And you would know this. You're working in groups, right? I'm overseeing your groups. And you see, if there's one person everyone's doing their own thing, everyone wants to work as individuals, you're going to miss the mark. But when a group unites and looks to God for direction and organization, its effectiveness will be enhanced. And I've seen this firsthand with you guys. I know that there was some conflict, especially with management styles, with leadership styles. And what did we do? We took it to God. We asked God to lead us and direct us. And there was forgiveness, there was unity, there was breakthrough. And that's what happens when we keep God at the head of the organization, right? So very important. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry, I'm not sure why. Oh, there we go. All right, so going on from Numbers 2:2, the nation of Israel was organized according to tribes for a few reasons. Some of them is it's an effective way to manage a large group, and you will see this as well in your organizations. It made dividing the promised land easier. Remember, they all needed to partake of the promises in the promised lands. So it made it easier because each person or each section had their own place. It made it easier to keep detailed genealogies for historical purposes, and it made travel more efficient. Okay, so there was a reason for God's ordained organization. And here is an example, or a map, sorry. Now remember, the Levites were not included there, and that's because God set them apart. Their role was to be a substitute for the firstborn, because the firstborn belongs to God. You can read further on that, Numbers 3, verses 12 to 13, and it's about the first fruit. Now, another key to organization, organizing your finances. Your first fruit is very important. When you honor God, you're going to see how he honors you, how he blesses you. So very, very important. Sometimes we need these reminders, and it's really good to go back on it. Okay, so let's go through organization. Now, we know organization is the foundation for fulfillment. Okay, what is organization? What does it mean? Now, I was listening in to Pastor Nhlanhla's session, and I heard, I think it was Khanyisile who said organizing things is not her strength. She is going to get a PA and a driver and a nanny, and she's going to delegate, which is organization. Delegating is part of organization. But even with our weaknesses, like we heard with Dr. John, we need to find opportunities to develop, right? So that it can become a strength. So that's what we're going to be looking at. Organization is about how effectively we function, okay? It's the process by which we create an environment that enables us to live, work, relax exactly as we desire. Now, we were talking about getting the kids ready in the morning. Betty was saying how she's like, what environment are we creating? Okay, so it's something. I see her laughing there. It's not ideal. Let's just say that it's not an ideal environment. As Tabile said, as a teacher, she sometimes sees the kids when they come in, and it's not ideal. But because there's so much of franticness, and we don't really have a contingency plan for things that go wrong. Things will go wrong. We know that in business, things will go wrong. Someone you were relying on can drop you at the last minute. We always need to have a contingency plan, and that is part of organization, so that our environment stays stable, our environment stays positive, there's peace, there's unity. What happens in a poorly run organization is when something goes wrong, everyone points fingers, and that's not a good environment. It means it's not well organized. You don't have a contingency. There's no accountability, like Dr. John was mentioning. These are the key factors that we need in order for it to be a foundation of fulfillment. When we are organized, our home, our office, our schedules, it reflects who we are, what we want, and where we're going. Sometimes I know there's a lot of assessments, right? Let's make it real. There's a lot of assessments going on. If you fall, or you've left a few to catch up, it piles up and piles up and piles up, and then you just don't want to look at it. We're going to go through that as we go on, but it becomes a reflection of who you are. In Afrikaans, and Deerwald will forgive me for pronunciation here, they say it's very dear mekaar. It's upside down. It's all over the place, you know, and that's not a good place to be. Okay, so here's a picture of my kitchen, pantry kitchen that God's going to bless me with. Right? This is my desire, this level of organization. Look at those jars. Look how nice they are labeled, right? Doesn't it just make you feel good? Right? I want to hear you guys. How does that make, seeing that, how does it make you feel? Men, ladies, it doesn't matter. We all go to the kitchen, right? Pearl, seeing this picture, how does it make you feel? Beautiful. Thank you, Tandeka. In Jesus' name, you shall have it too. I want to hear you guys. Don't be afraid. You can put your microphone on. Let's see who's going to talk to me. Des, Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
I love it.
Yes, I can.
Put everything is so neat and perfect. I'd love to have it in.
Great. Yeah, me too. Ria, did you want to say something?
Yeah. For whatever that you'll be needing, or let's say you want sugar, whatever, it's clearly labeled. So
Very
you
good.
just go dear Mekar, going that way and this way, and
you're not
time
looking.
wasted. Yes, time, because of what usually happens is if you want sugar it's that outside, you know, and it also has an impact on your time. So
absolutely, I was looking for that. That's perfect. I was looking for that word, for time. Thank you, Ria. Yes, Betsy and Mr. James, I see your hand is up.
It means it's time to revamp our kitchen stall.
Okay. I love it. I love it. Yes. But this is the level of organization. What I was, the time factor, yes, it saves us time because we're organized. We can clearly see what we want, where it is,
it's
the
life
capacity. Sorry, who was that? Was it Sandy? Sorry, I don't know who that was. There's a chat here. Oh, it wasn't you. Sorry. I'm not sure who it was, but yes, it's about, we can also see capacity. We can see, oh, we're running low on this because it's easy to see. So we know we need to replenish, right? So there's a lot we can take from this picture and apply to more than just a kitchen. Yes, someone did say it's a life goal. I did hear that. Thank you, Zanzi, for that. Okay, so basically that is a level of organization we can aspire to. All right. So what does it all mean, right? Divine order. It in Corinthians 1 verses 4, chapter 14, verse 40, it says, let's all things be done decently and in order. And this is a verse that I actually grew up with, growing up in my household with our mom and dad. It was very important. It was one of the key building factors for us in terms of organization. And just to share, you know, something a little bit on a personal level, I really took this to heart. I mean, my husband and I were dating from the time we were in grade 10 or standard, or I was in grade 10, he was in matric. And if he came to visit me, and it was during my time that I had set for myself on my timetable to study, he had to go play PlayStation with my brother, because this was my time that I had set to do these chapters. And this was right through school, through university. If I told him to come visit at 12 and he came at 11:30, too bad, because I had set this time aside to do this. So you just have to wait. My brother and him have an awesome relationship now with all of that that time they spent together. But this is what we grew up on. Let all things be done decently and in order. There is a time for everything. There's a season for everything. And we need to apply this across all factors of our life, including submissions. Sorry, I'm just checking the messages here. Oh, the picture. You guys, you make me laugh. I love it. I love the interaction. Please keep it up. Okay. Now, there is a Latin saying, quo vadis, which is where we assess our situation, what's going on. Okay. If you've been struggling your whole life to get organized, that's a red flag. Maybe you used to be organized, but you lost your grip somewhere. Okay. And finally, you feel organized, but you are constantly looking for ways to improve. Now, my personality is such that if I am not organized, I feel out of control. And it can become overwhelming for me. It can make me anxious. So then, first step, I go to God. I ask him to direct my steps, and I ask the Holy Spirit to help me to be obedient to what my steps should be. And then someone mentioned a checklist earlier. I love checklists. I love to plan, and I get things organized. Also, it's about, there's different types of motivation, intrinsic and extrinsic. Intrinsic motivation is from the inside. No one can affect it, right? If you're taking things off, you're increasing your intrinsic motivation. You're feeling better about yourself. It's a good way to self-motivate. Okay, I'm going to keep going. All right. What is the cost of being disorganized? Right. You can lose earning opportunities due to service, right? You're not providing a good service. The customers are unhappy. Your reputation's going to suffer. Everyone is posting on social media, on Hello Peter, about poor service delivery. Quality is going to suffer because you're in a rush to get things sorted. Your quality may suffer. And delivery, Dr. John also spoke about deadlines. You can't say you'll have it delivered in a week's time and then you're not keeping to that delivery, that promise, that deliverable, right? That is the cost of disorganization. And this can really affect your bottom line. You can lose staff. You can drop your profits. You can lose investors. So it's really a key area to ensuring the success of your business. So what's holding you back? This. All of this information is something you know about. Why are we talking about it? What can you do? You may have items that have no home. That means, okay, if this looks like your desk, guys, you need help. All right. Everything needs to have a place. If you look at that picture of the kitchen, everything had its place. In your business, everything and everyone needs to have a place, needs to have a home. Inconvenient storage, right? We saw the storage bottles in that kitchen, right? You need to work on it. If it's something you need to invest on in terms of shelving, in terms of depending on what storage it is. Someone here is a chef. You need storage for your ingredients. That's going to be temperature controlled according to what they need, right? It also needs to keep out pests. We have a lot of people who are in farming. You also need storage that's adequate and relevant to your needs, right? So inconvenient storage, more stuff than storage space, then you need to check what you need to get rid of, okay? Complex or confusing system, right? There's a lot of complex filing systems. You need to look at something that's easy to manage. Out of sight, out of mind, okay? You don't even know what you have, and then you're buying more, which is an expense. And maybe you just don't like doing it. It's not something that makes you happy, and so you procrastinate, which is never good. Let's keep going. There could be things that are holding you back that are physical obstacles, something that's beyond your control. Speed of life and technology. And I know that's something quite major to us in the class here with the new technology, but it's an opportunity to develop, right? And we're all learning as we go along. Even the 14, 15-year-old kids, they're still, how do they know what to do? Because they're learning as we go along. Another thing could be a transition. Maybe you need to move. I know Ayanda had a big move recently. Maybe you just got married, or maybe you've had a change in your job. Maybe you left corporate to now work on your new venture. So those are transitional changes. Human obstacles, conflicting agendas. This comes back to management style, leadership style, okay? and limited space due to resources or lack of resources. Okay, and that's something that you cannot control just yet. You've got to work around it. Then we have psychological obstacles. Okay, these are hidden internal forces with yourself. You could have a sentimental attachment to something, or even a business. Sometimes a business is not doing well. You need to leave it and move on. And we're going to go through that a little bit later on. Or it could be something that you're holding onto that you really don't need. It's taking up space, it's holding up resources, it's depreciating. So sentimental attachment is something we need to work on. Need for distraction, dislike the space, or need for perfection. Believe it or not, need for perfection is a really difficult one. And we do have some students here who have that need for it to be perfect, and then you're not happy when it's not perfect. But we need to work through it and see how we can overcome these in order to be more successful and happier. Okay. Then there's a need for abundance. I know Sishle, this is something she'll go through with you as well, or she probably has already, wanting and wanting and wanting, but you cannot keep up with the want. Okay. Conquistador of chaos. All right. So that's someone who waits for things to go wrong and then comes in charging with their white horse to try and solve the problem when it's too late. Okay. So that's a conquistador of chaos. Unclear goals and priorities. And that's something we've been speaking about continuously, right? So that's something that really should sink in. Fear of success or failure. That's an interesting one. Okay. Are we afraid of success? Are we afraid of getting too big too fast? What is holding us back? Need to retreat. Okay. To just go away. Okay. Before I go on, is everyone okay? Are there any questions, any comments, anything you'd like to add or share? Okay. I think everyone's all right. Paul, did you want to say something? No, you're okay. Okay, it looks like everyone's fine. Sorry. All right, so this you've all seen a few times now. We know goal setting. Pastor Dr. John actually just went through it as well. Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. There has to be a time to your goal, otherwise it's not really a goal. It needs to have a timeline. That, for me, that's very important. Okay, so we need to set our goals, and this is how we can now overcome those obstacles. Another technique is the block and tackle technique. Okay, can this be delegated? Kani, this is what you mentioned about, you spoke about delegating certain tasks. That is part of organization. Then, is there an easier way to do it? Instead of going this long way, is there something easier? For example, with myself, I'm not the best with Excel and PowerPoint. So if there's something that's going to take me such a long time to do, I'll ask for help for someone who's an expert at it, who can do it in 5 minutes, whereas I'll take half an hour. So is there an easier, more efficient and effective way to do it? Do it. What's the worst that can happen? Okay. Must this be done now? Prioritize. I spoke to one of our students about this as well. You need to prioritize in level of importance, okay, as well as deadlines. So you need to be able to prioritize what needs to be done now. I think it was Pastor Nhlanhla or Dr. John who mentioned about paying 30 days. That's prioritizing as well. Must we pay now? Or can we pay within 30 days? How will it impact our business? All right. And then here is a few steps very quickly on project management. Okay. So we need to plan. We need to develop a project plan. We need to prioritize the items and set deadlines. Okay. Sorry, Tabila, can you just ask your question? You need to know the difference to lower stress. The difference between what?
The prioritizing, the one we discussed before?
Yes. Okay, let me just go. Okay. So how to prioritize between what's important and what isn't. So you need to look at, sorry, I just want to see if I can go back up. Must this be done now, right? You need to look at the due dates for everything. I'm not talking about assessments, but in terms of your business, when does this need to be done? What does this rely on in order for that to be done? So you need to look at the effects of not doing something now and how it's going to affect the next step in the stage. So those are some of the things you're going to look at. Also, the person that you owe it to, let's say you have a difficult client and you have a flexible client, can you speak to the flexible client about extending the time, or do you need to work on the difficult client stuff now, so that you keep them happy? So there's a wide range of things that you need to look at in order to prioritize. You can't just look at dates, for example, because it doesn't only come down to dates. It's also, like I said, it depends on what does not doing this affect this, and this. If it does, I need to get that done first so everyone else can do what they need to do. Does that help? Tabila? Okay.
Yes, it helps. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. All right, so here's our steps in project management. We first need to plan and develop a project plan by prioritizing action items, right? And we set deadlines for ourselves. It needs to be achievable. It needs to be attainable. It needs to make sense. It needs to be specific, right? Then we establish a workflow and allocate the time accordingly. So we check it off and then we act. We integrate tasks. We put tasks together. Sorry, I'm trying to have a look at the messages as well. Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right, so that is how, very briefly, this is very simplified, how we can develop project management. And some of you, if your business, as it grows, you will have a project manager who will do this. But remember, you're still accountable. So you still need to check that those who have been delegated to do certain tasks are still doing it within the allocated time. Okay, and if not, then you need to do something to get it back on track. Okay, Des, I see your question there. Very good. It is a good question. It is difficult, especially with family life as well. I understand that. But what I would say is, since, you know, with your summative assessments, you have 2 weeks to do it, I would say if you allocate an hour each night, okay, after you've put your kids to bed, an hour each night, that will give you enough time on a Monday to Friday. On a Sunday, you can maybe allocate 2 hours. On a Saturday, maybe an hour after class. So that would help you to get your summative work done. With your formative, it would be maybe, because it's group work, you really don't need that much time. You just need half an hour, I would say, because it's a group activity, to work on that as well. Sorry. Thank you, David. Okay, so that's how we can try and prioritize to do these added assessments. Okay, thank you, Des. All right, let's keep going. Sorry, dear Walt, I'm gone a bit over the time I wanted to be, but I'll keep going there. Okay, now you need to implement the plan. The process and approach you take to achieve success is more important than the actual results. Why? Can anyone tell me why? And talk to me. Thank you for that, Betsy. Anyone on campus? Or online?
Keisha, could you just repeat the question for us?
Sure. Okay, so it says the process and approach you take to achieve success is often more important than the actual result. Why do we say that? I see Betty has a hand up.
Because the end, you know, there's that saying, the end doesn't always justify the means. But for me, it's the other way around. It does justify the means. Yeah, because just getting my building up matters to me that I did not have to bribe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful. Anyone else?
On the same note.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just saying that the reason the process is important is because the process is what builds you. and it also builds the foundation of the project that you're doing. And
Beautiful.
I think because process means a lot of repetition and consistency, it builds character. Meaning by the end of the project, it's either a very serious project, it's basically well rooted, or it can very easily be shaken. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you for that. Powerful. Ayanda, go ahead.
I'm going to say something very similar to, I think Mr. James just spoke.
Yes.
The process is where the process and the approach is where the character is built and developed, the resilience, the strength, the person that you become in the process of building whatever it is that you're doing is way more important, I believe, as well.
Absolutely. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm reminded of Paul as well. Count it great joy when you experience all this. Sorry, it slipped out of my mind now. But yes, we count it great joy when we experience everything that comes our way, all the strife, because it builds character and it builds resilience and it builds and builds and builds. Absolutely.
Keisha,
So-
it's Valencia here.
Yes.
I want you to say also in
Yes.
the process, that's where your growth happens.
Absolutely.
So you grow, and obviously you're learning through that process of growth, which obviously makes the
Absolutely.
end result much better.
Beautiful. Lovely. Ayanda, did you want to say something else?
No, sorry, let me just take my hand down. It was from...
Okay, that's fine. Sheldon, go ahead.
Hi, Keisha.
Hi.
So I just wanted to add that the process is obviously important because a lot of people start businesses, as you said, it builds your character, it builds capacity as well. But also some people fail in business, and then because of that character and that capacity built, you'll find that it doesn't take them long to get back. You know, they're able to build quicker because they've already been through certain hurdles, certain milestones. So the process is most important because it's something that no one can take away from you.
Beautiful. To education. Wonderful. Thank you for that, Martin. And this will be our last speaker for now. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you, Kesha. I think I wanted just to add, as per what the last speaker has just mentioned, because I think in that process, one is able to see exactly when it went wrong and also what went right. Because I believe we are in the journey of learning, and you cannot, as business or entrepreneurs, it's not a first start that make you successful. You might do 99 trials, you fail. But it's through that process that you are able to use as basically a stepping stone, and also be able to train others, to mentor others through all that process. Thank you.
Beautiful. I love it. Thank you. It becomes your testimony as well, like you said, to mentor others. Beautiful. David, I see your hand, but I'm just going to, okay, like, can you go very quickly, 30 seconds?
Just a quick one, yeah. I just want to add just on what everybody has spoken about building your character, and also when you know the process, or you went to the process, it's easy for you to repeat that result again because it's part of you.
Beautiful. Excellent. That's wonderful. Thank you, everyone. I see that there's definitely understanding. Well done. And finally, to say, we need to remember the object of the plan is to change something. So it must be implemented. We need to see a change, or why were we doing it in the first place? So that's very important. Now, this is something that a lot of people have difficulty with. Thank you, Valencia. I saw your comment there. And it also becomes a cultural thing. And I think Dr. John mentioned or touched on cultural differences, which is something in the business world that we have to be aware of. You have to educate yourself, especially when you are working with people from different cultures. And in some cultures, it's difficult to say no. It becomes, it's sort of disrespectful sometimes. But in order for us to be better organized, we need to say no. We need to be able to say, sorry, I have too much on my plate right now. I can't take that on. This project, I can look at it. If you don't want to say no, you can say, sure, I can look at it in the next 30 days. For now, we have reached capacity, because if you keep saying yes, then you're going to have a problem, because you're going to be over promising and under delivering. So we need to start implementing that, being able to say no. Okay. I know people in sales hate that. You don't want to say no to business, but at sometimes, it makes more sense to say no if you cannot deliver on it. So organization is to be both efficient and effective. Often we spend too much time making sure we're doing things right, perfection, and not enough time determining if we're doing the right things. I love that. Okay. We lost sight of what we were doing. We're not going back to our plan. Sometimes we make this elaborate plan, right? And then we just start moving with it, but we don't go back and check. Have I done this? Have I done this? And that's how you lose track of what you were doing in the first place. You need to be prepared for setbacks, delays, distractions, and attacks. Okay, we spoke about contingency plans. So important. Falling short of the mark can be a validation that you're placing the proper demand on your potential. And we're right at the end. I just want to share 2 stories for you guys. Failure is not a bad thing. I say this to my kids all the time. If you got 28 out of 30 in a test, that's good. If you got 30 out of 40 at a test, that's good, because it shows me what we need to work on. If you look at, I think it was with KFC, Colonel Sanders, do you know he only became successful in his 60s? And even with that's KFC, right? 1,000 times he worked on that secret recipe, and 1,000 times that he sent out tasters or whatever he did, people didn't want it. It was only on his 1,010th time that he became successful. He got the recipe. He got it right. Okay. Sure. And so that's really important, that he didn't give up. He kept going. That's tenacity. Then we had Steve Jobs. We have to mention Steve Jobs. You guys know from Apple, right? Do you know that he was sort of fired from Apple, from his own company? And he returned in 1997, just before the company was like on the brink of bankruptcy. And he turned things around. Look at it now. And I think Pastor Nhlanhla, I had no idea he was going to speak about it, but he also spoke about the iPhone and how it's advanced technologically. But, Steve Jobs said something so profound. He said that, I think it was in 2005, he said getting fired from Apple was the best thing that happened to him. So just keep that in mind, okay? So these setbacks, these delays, these distractions, be prepared for it and use it as an opportunity to learn from your failures. Okay, do we have any questions? Martin, I see your hands up, but I'm not sure if it was from before.
Oh, sorry, it's an old end.
Okay, all right, no problem. Anyone else? Okay, I just see if there's a message here. Sorry, guys. Every setback is a setup for a great comeback. Love it, Sheldon. Thank you very much.
With me, I would say fail.
Okay, Ria, did you want to say something?
Yeah, yes. Fail, it's first action in learning. So if I fail, I realize that it's just my first action in learning. I am learning. And then after 1001, I'll definitely be an expert, a guru in that field.
I love it. Thank you. I love the acronym. Okay, beautiful. Thank you, everyone. That was stunning. I think we're going to take Diewold's asked us to have a quick leg stretch, 10-minute break, and then you'll return to the session on time management with Pastor Scott. And thereafter, I will return to do the homework with you guys and just tackle any other questions that may be there. Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy your 10-minute break.
minutes, 15 minutes, then I put it in the oven. But I don't just put it straight in the oven. So I think you can put it straight in the oven.
You can.
That takes longer.
You can. Yeah, it does take longer.
Okay, I think we should all be returning. Okay, is everyone back?
Yes, we are back.
Awesome. Okay, I see some thumbs up. Great. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we have been reorganizing ourselves as well. And as such, we can see it's been a long day. And there has been a lot of information, wonderful information. But what we've decided to do is to reorganize, like I said, and the time management, which is very crucial. And I think this will actually help some of the questions we got with regards to assessments as well. But the bigger picture, which is your business, it will really help you answer and understand it from a godly perspective. Hallelujah. I love it, Sabile. Amen. So what we've decided to do is, it is a recorded session by Pastor Scott. It has been uploaded on Remosoft for you, I think, dear Walt. It should be uploaded there. So you can watch that recording. It's about 1 hour, okay, by Pastor Scott as homework. Okay, it's very important that you do watch it so that you understand and you're grasping the concepts and you're getting it. And if you have questions about it, please, you can utilize your groups, send me those questions, and I'm more than happy to help you through it or answer them as to the best of my ability, and we will get through them as well. So are you happy with that? Okay. All right, great. So with that said, I want to go through some of the homework. I know that it becomes overwhelming when there's a lot. So I want to break it down, go through that, and then we have some administrative things that we need to chat to you about, and then we'll close off for the day. So we're going to try and finish a bit earlier. I'm just going to share my screen quickly so we can go through the homework. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the first one is for business management. Okay. And this is the one that you did in the morning with Pastor Nhlanhla as well as Dr. John. And this is a formative assessment, and this is done as a group. Remember, all formative assessments are done as group work, and you can look at your management style. You can delegate tasks, which you've been doing really well, some of the groups, and you've been doing really well with that. So just keep on it. Okay. You can see what works and what doesn't work. So the first one says, discuss the following: the impact of motivation in relation to work performance. I spoke to you briefly about intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Remember, extrinsic motivation is on the environment and how it affects you, what people say. Intrinsic is on from yourself inside. Okay. And how does this affect work performance? The negative impact that demotivation can cause in a new business. I just want to see. Okay, we'll just check that later. Okay, so you're just going to discuss, keep it short. I don't need a long essay, guys. Just 2 points on each should be perfect. Okay, that's as a group, so you can delegate on who's doing that. Then discuss the following: read the case study and identify the reasons why the team is the most powerful and technically complex aircraft engines in the world. Now, this case study you will find on page 39 of the learner guide, which is also uploaded on Remosoft for you. Okay, so you can have a look at that. The next one is identify 3 business leaders, national and international, that can be role models for entrepreneurs. Okay, so I don't want 3 of each, just 3, as long as you have a mix of international and national. Okay, so that's what you need to add on there. Okay. And again, it doesn't have to be very long. You can just put in like 3 points each. That would be perfect. Remember, I said half an hour for formative, so you don't have to spend too much time on it. And then discuss the importance of communication, empathy, decision-making, and environment plays when maintaining motivation. It's all about motivation. Okay, so we're going to look at each of those points and how does it affect maintaining motivation in the business space. Okay. And then review the section of the learner guide and summarize the key points. Keep it very simple. Short summary, half a page. That's all. We just need half a page. You can do it in point form or in written form as an essay. That's fine. Just half a page. Are you happy with that?
Hi, Keisha. It's Sandy. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted a question for clarity. That number 5, review this section of the learner guide. Which section is that?
Okay, I'm going to show it to you. Let me see if I can just move this down. Okay, so this is the actual learner guide, okay, that I've got opened here. So when you go through the learner guide, you will see the same formative questions are in the learner guide. So the section before that is from 3.12, define empowerment. So it just be that bit there, and you're going to summarize. That's 2 pages. Sandy? Is that okay?
Yes, my connectivity, I just got cut off there. You said from 3.12, and you're saying
yes, that's right.
Learner guide. Okay.
Yes, it's page 48 and 49.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. So I've kept that open because I know in some cases they refer to it, but it's not in that particular book. So you need to look at both books there. Okay. Let me just see. Time management is the next one. So we actually haven't gone through the summative. I know Betty was saying she finds the summative easier to do because it's like by herself. But remember, collaboration is difficult, but that's something we're also testing out as well. If you find someone in your group is not participating, you need to motivate them. What motivating factors are you going to use to get them to do their work? You can see what I'm doing to motivate you guys, but what are you going to do to motivate each other to get everyone to participate? Okay, everyone just speak up so everyone has an equal voice. Okay, and then this is the summative that you would do on your own. Okay, here you're doing a definition, you're providing examples of the types of motives. And it says list and give examples of different types of motives and 3 categories of motivation. Okay, again, you don't have to do too much research on this. You will find it in the learner guide. Okay, analyze yourself, and I think you've sort of done this with the exercise you did, and at least 5 different personal motivational triggers. Okay, we just need 5, right? So that's what you're going to do there. 7 strategies that you can use in business to motivate your employees. This is a lovely one. I really like it. You're going to think about it. You're going to see what can you do and try and implement it. Those of you who have active businesses, let's say, sometimes it's easy to forget these things. So it's great to come back and now you can implement it in your businesses currently. Number 4, analyze the different motivational theories, and there's a few in the book. You can select 2 theories that you think will be successful in a business and explain why. Okay, so you just need to tell me the 2 theories that you think would be successful and why. And then number 5, apply self-motivational skills to yourself. Follow the steps required. Record the goals, describe how you intend to achieve it. Remember, it needs to be SMART. Explain why you are committing to these goals and develop an action plan to take action. Now, you've done something similar with marketing, right? But here we're talking about how you're going to motivate yourself to get organized to reach those goals and what can you do. Okay. Here you're just mentioning 10 different ways to motivate a team. I don't need any more than that, okay? Just keep it simple and short. And list typical problems related to motivating in the workplace. Describe how these motivational problems can be solved, okay? So you can just list 2. Just 2 problems and how you can solve it. Number 8, describe the different leadership principles and skills applied to motivating teams. Okay, again, you've covered this as well with the JBS work. and describe how you will give employees feedback on their performance. Okay, I think this may have been touched on in HR with the KPIs, key performance indicators. Okay, so that's something you can look at there as well. Finally, describe how motivational problems can be solved. What can we do to solve it? Keep it short. I don't need a lot. Okay, just keep it short there. So I just want to check if there's any messages. Thank you, David. And thank you, Deerwald, for the link. Okay, so that was all for the first part of the class on business management. And then this is for time management, which is the section you're going to do with Pastor Scott. And you can have a look at the learner guide. And there's only formative work here, which means only group work. Okay, just to give you an idea in terms of timelines and deadlines, because we need to keep our goals smart. For the summative, you have 2 weeks, right? But for the formative work, you have 1 week. So are we okay before I move on? I've been talking a lot. Is everyone okay? You can speak to me.
So formative for 2, time management and business management, we've got 1 week.
Yes, that's right. And the time management is going to help you with managing your time effectively. All right, because there is no other work with that. I see there's a comment. Ayanda's laughing. All right. Okay, so let's go through time management. There is only formative. Like I said, there's no summative for this. Here you need to explain the meaning of resource management. Consider the different types of resources required to be managed and discuss how you think these resources can be managed. Just give me 2. I don't need a lot, just 2, okay? 2 resources. And then number 2, analyze and plan for the capacity need to profitably operate a new venture. Okay, capacity is something that we've been speaking a lot today, and this is something you're going to be looking at as well, further in with the time management. Explain the fundamentals, and this is a group discussion, so you do a little group discussion. Explain the fundamentals of quality and its management within the context of new business requirements. A lot of you are already involved in a new business. I do apologize. There's a lot of dogs barking outside. I'm sorry for the noise. But yeah, so this would be a group discussion. You have a short meeting. Keep your meeting short, guys. A 20-minute Zoom is more than sufficient. So plan yourself ahead of time. I see some of you are doing agendas. You're doing minutes. Great, because that's helping with organization skills. So you keep your little discussion 20 minutes, write down what you discussed or what was the outcome. Done. Some of you are doing it as a chat, so you're not doing an actual Zoom. That's perfect. Do it that way as well. So that's perfectly fine as well. Oh, thank you. Thanks, dear boss. Sorry, I just want to see this message from Jacques. That's right. Summative is individual. Absolutely. Okay. And then the next one is also a group discussion. You'll see there's lots of group discussions here. You're going to be going through the discussion and evaluate the performance of a new venture. You can read through that and do that as well. Okay. If you want, you can delegate, divide and conquer. So you have one group of students within your group. Let's say there's 7 of you. 3 of you will do the one question as a discussion, and the other 4 will do the other question as discussion. And then you just share your responses with the whole group. Okay. And then number 5, identify potential problems in a new venture. Sorry, there's a typo there. Use a problem solving process to generate solutions. Just find one problem, potential problem, and what can you do to generate solutions for that? And that's it. Okay, so that is basically your homework for the next 2 weeks. Okay. Are you guys happy? Are you okay? Do you need to process it and then ask me in the group? I'm happy either way. All right. Any questions before we move on? Nope. Okay, great. All right. So thank you, Diawal, for sharing that. I appreciate it. This is very exciting. I know someone also asked me during the week, what is Be All You Can Dream? I think it was Betty. So Be All You Can Dream. BAYCD is the highlights, one of the highlights of the year for us at JBS. It's so exciting. It's beautiful. It's done with Pastor Ray from the US, okay? And it is absolutely phenomenal. It covers a wide range of most of the modules that you are doing. It's very practical. Yeah, I cannot stress it enough, okay? But that's the fun side of it. The importance and the more stern part of it is that it is compulsory. You have to attend or you get 0%, because you have to participate throughout everything, and both days are compulsory. So on the 30th of August, which is on Wednesday, you will early in the morning, probably just after 8, we will be releasing the content, which we call packets, okay, which you can start reading and going through it. Okay, you can start doing that on Wednesday on your own in the morning. And then 6 o'clock on the dot is when we are starting our Zoom session. You will be sent everyone. This is done via Zoom for everyone. So we won't be on campus, but you have to attend, because participation here is absolutely crucial. It's when you will be actually creating your groups, and you'll be choosing your business idea as a group. Remember, this is basically a product or service within a virtual shopping mall. Okay, it's the whole process. I remember, I think it was Donald Trump back in the day had a reality show where you have to come up with this business and do everything involved. It's similar to that. Okay, so that's what you're going to be doing. You have to be present online on the 30th of August. It's from 6 p.m. Ideally, we want to finish by 8:30, but it might go over. Make provision for load shedding ahead of time so that you are present and you are there. Okay. Then on the 2nd of September, which is next Saturday, we will be on campus. I need as many of you as possible to be on campus. We have to have students on campus. Do what you need to do to be there. This is crucial, okay? Because there's those of you who are on campus, you know the vibe is different. It's phenomenal. So we want to have a mixture of both campus students and online students, so you can work together. You're going to be presenting, you're going to be creating, you're going to be setting up appointments, and the best team wins a prize. This is different from the prize at the end of the year that I've been talking to you about. This is the Be All You Can Dream prize, and your groups will be different. Okay, it's not the same groups that you have now. This is the Be All You Can Dream group, which is completely on its own. Jacques, I see your question. I will get to you in a minute. So, learners, I must stress, you have to be there. It's a beautiful experience. Can I get a show of hands? Who's going to be there on campus? Let's see. Just raise your hand. And if you're on campus, just say, we'll be there.
We'll be there.
Awesome. Thank you. Anyone else? I need to have at least 10 of you. Great. Awesome. Wonderful. Please do what. Thank you, Pearl. I see your message. That's awesome. I'm so excited. All right. Great. Thank you, Subashle. Awesome. Okay, great. So we'll see all of you guys on Wednesday. I just have a question from Jacques to confirm if the following is correct.
Keisha?
Yes?
It's Valencia. Do
Go
we
ahead.
get to choose our groups, or will that be chosen for us? How does it work? And how many in a group?
Wonderful question. So the groups have already been chosen, and it will be released to you on Wednesday.
And another thing is, so on Wednesday, that's online, everything that happens on Wednesday is going to be telling us our groups and explaining exactly how this Be All You Can Be All works. But then Saturday would be putting it into practice and doing it.
That's correct in a way. You will also be starting with doing the actual work on Wednesday as well, which is why we're giving you the packets. We're releasing the packets early on Wednesday morning, so you can start reading through it and what needs to be done. You can start gathering what you need to gather, expertise that you need to, get. And yeah, there's going to be a currency that you guys are going to be working with. So everything, I don't want to give too much away. So everything will be explained to you in detail by Pastor Ray on Wednesday night. But like I said, you'll be given the information ahead of time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so just to answer Jacques' question, anything that is formative, so FA means formative, is group work. So for SP5, the SA, summative, is individual. So I just want to share that quickly with you. Dear Walt, can we switch? Thank you. Thanks, dear Walt. Let me just get to that quickly. Okay. So there should be only one section that is individual, Jacques. I just want to get to it now. So it's this one here. So, business management, SA, summative assessment. So this 11-page document is your individual work. That's what you do on your own. Okay, and just to help you guys understand, when you see this here, it's USID, that stands for Unit Standard ID. So if you type that number in, it'll take you to the SACWA website and it'll show you all the information you need to know. In fact, it's also here. Sorry, I just need to move my bar. There we go. It's also in the learner guide, just so that you understand you've been working with this, so you understand what you're doing. Here's the unit standard. It's a core unit standard. That's the title. It's at level 4, and it'll also tell you how many credits you get, which is 6 credits for this unit standard. So once you are successfully declared competent, you will be awarded 6 credits for this particular unit standard. Okay, I see there's another question. Yes, that's correct, Sheldon. The 11-page summative is due in 2 weeks. That is correct. Okay. Are there any other questions? Oh, thank you, dear Walt. That's awesome. That's perfect. That's exactly what it looks like. And you can read through the unit standard, but it's also in your book as well. So either way you want, whichever way you want to look at, it goes through the specific outcomes. So as an assessor, this is what I would look for. And your AC's assessment criteria is that you've answered everything and you need to get a certain percentage in each one in order to pass. Okay. So that's what we look at when we are assessing you. And then critical cross-field outcomes, that's how it sort of combines, how it goes across different fields. And yeah, that's perfect. Thanks so much for that, dear Walt. Okay. Is everyone happy? Do you have any other questions? Are you okay? Everyone's quiet. Okay, so just a reminder to go through and watch Pastor Scott's session on time management. Dearwald has posted some links for us as well. And sorry, thanks, Dearwald. And to also remember to diarize Wednesday, 30th of August, and Saturday, where we will see you guys on campus and in campus and online. So I'm really looking forward to it, you guys. Like I said, utilize the groups to ask questions and we will help you to the best of our ability. And yeah, so okay, thank you, Ayanza. Thank you, Ayanza. Dearwald will post it on. It's just the link for the SACWA unit standard. So, but it's also in your books as well. Thank you. All right, Des, if you could send me a private message on WhatsApp, then I will help you with that. It's no problem. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. It's been absolute pleasure spending time with you all today. It was lovely, very informative. There was a lot to learn from so many different people, and you still have one more to go. So I'm going to let you go and just have a breather, and then you can continue with Pastor Scott's session in your own time. But thank you. Have a beautiful and a safe weekend, and we will see you all on Wednesday evening. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Keisha.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Bye.
Hope everyone has a good weekend.
Thanks so much, dear Bolt.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Jibbles. Bye.
Bye.
What time are we coming back?
No, we are done for the day. You
Oh,
can watch.
sorry.
It's fine.
I
You
said
can watch Pastor Scott's session in your own time. We decided to just give
Oh, okay.
everyone a break.
Oh, thank you so much, Keisha. I was dead already. Thanks.
All right. Take care.
Cheers.